Ali, 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 Ali. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7.
Islam, 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 Moorish America, want to rise upon the 7 and give all praises to the great God, Allah, Father God, Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El-Hajj, Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. But let us come forth with our ancient comedian, Adept Moorish American prayers that will be brought to us by our beloved brother, Dr. Marvin Nathaniel Edwards Bey. And we ask that you open up your hearts and minds as he opened up the way. Islam, Islamism. All right. Yeah, Grand Man.
Islam.
Islamism.
Gratitude.
Gratitude.
Yes, I'm Dr. Marvin Edwards Bey, Consul General of the Texas Consulate, rising, giving all praise to the great God Allah, giving highest honors to his prophet, our prophet, Noble Drew Ali, Al-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, giving high honors to our theocratic government, our Moorish American government, give high honors to our Act 1, give high honors to all of our officials. I give high honors to this class, our E.A.R.S class, our Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class, as well as give honors to the host, Dr. Shahid Mani Al-Mohedi Shepsuel, our National Assistant Grand Sheikh of Moorish America. I give honors to everything that is Moorish. And I'll begin opening up our E.A.R.S class with our Promethean Adeptus Moorish American prayer. Ya Allah emnuheru makuneteru, Ya Allah ebheteru, Ya Allah ma'atheru, Ya Allah hoteperu, Ya Allah heru, Ya Allah ma'ather kuti, Ya Allah awajet dejuti, Ya Allah patem sutek, patem heru, Ya Allah bamaduti, el hedis fe abtu ali. Amen. Hallelujah. In transliteration, O Allah, the Father of the universe, O Allah, the Father of love, O Allah, the Spirit of truth, O Allah, the Spirit of peace, O Allah, the Spirit of freedom, O Allah, the Spirit of justice, O Allah, you are my protector, O Allah, you are my guide, O Allah, you are my salvation by night and by day, O Allah, through your holy prophet, Drew Ali. Holy Issa, Holy Issa, Holy Issa. And I'll begin reciting our divine constitution of Moorish America. Salvation, our God, unity. The divine constitution of Moorish America, Act 1. The Grand Sheik and the chairman of Moorish America are empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the Grand Body of Moorish America. The assistant Grand Sheik is to assist the Grand Sheik in all affairs if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and it is known before the citizens of Moorish America. The bylaws, Act 2. All meetings are to be opened and closed promptly according to the Circle 7 and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest, because on a Friday the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is our holy day of rest, our holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all citizens of Moorish America. No citizen is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4. All citizens must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all citizens must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Moorish American you are a part and a parcel of the government and must live their life accordingly. Act 5. No organization of Moorish America is to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. With us, all citizens must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and a parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slave holders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is the new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained noble Drew Ali, the prophet, to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites, whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All citizens must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and a parcel of all uplifting acts of Moorish America. Moorish Americans must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of Moorish America, and then you are entitled to the name of faithful husband. You must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children, and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother, and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of fallen humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love, and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from your holy prophet, noble Drew Ali, through the guidance of his Father God Allah. Peace and blessings, Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Peace and blessings be upon him, founding father and framer of the divine constitution and bylaws of Moorish America. Now these meetings have been opened according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice in Act 2. And I will turn this meeting over to our Grand National Secretary of State of South Carolina Consulate, Dr. Dendra Anil Kurtabay. Islam?
Islam. Islam, God man, gratitude. I am Dr. Dendra Anil Kurtabay. But first, let me rise and give praises to our great God Allah. I give honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali. I give honors to Act 1. I give honors to all my government officials, and I give honors to our National Assistant Grand Sheik for this wonderful class this morning. And I give honors to Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay, Consul General of Texas, for opening us up according to law. And I will be reading our chapter of the week, chapter 43, coming from our Holy Quran. And it reads, Holy instruction and warnings for all young men. Beware, young man, beware of all the allurements of wantonness, and let not the harlot tempt thee to excess in her delight. The madness of desire shall defeat its own pursuit. From the blindness of its rage, thou shalt rush upon destruction. Therefore, give not up thy heart to her sweet enticements, neither suffer thy soul to be enslaved by her enchanting delusions. The fountain of health, which must supply the stream of pleasure, shall quickly be dried up, and every spring of joy shall be exhausted. In the prime of thy life, old age shall overtake thee. The sun shall decline in the morning of thy days. But when virtue and modesty enlighten her charms, the luster of a beautiful woman is brighter than the stars of heaven, and the influence of her power it is in vain to resist. The whiteness of her bosom transcendeth the lily. Her smile is more delicious than a garden of roses. The innocence of her eyes is like that of the turtle. Simplicity and truth dwell in her heart. The kisses of her mouth are sweeter than honey. The perfume of Arabia breathe from her lips. Shut not thy bosom to the tenderness of love. The purity of its flame shall ennoble thy heart and soften it to receive the fairest impressions. Islam, Islam, Islam. We will now turn everything over to our national assistant grand sheik, who is our host for this morning's class. Islam?
He's got booted off. Islam. So we gotta be patient. Islam.
Islam, 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 Moorish America. Having already risen in ascension, we rise again, giving praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal. We give honors to our Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. We have a grand E.A.R.S session to come forth with this morning, Moorish kin, as always. And it's a powerful drawing that we had to bring on the manifest. And we want to start by opening up, as we normally do, with the reading from our Book of Fire, the exhuming of a nation. And this is always laying a basis and a foundation so that our people can get some clarity. And we can actually start with page 404, the divine origin of the Ten Commandments, and then go all the way over to our last page. We'll stop at 410 above. We'll exchange it someday for a crown. Yeah, we'll stop it right there. So if we will, we have our scribes to come forth and volunteer for the read.
Islam.
Okay, that's Brother Bati and Dr. Marvin Evans Bay.
Islam.
Okay, and Sister Curtis Bay. Okay, Islam. Well, all right. So, Brother Marvin Evans Bay, you can start.
I think it was the National Grand Secretary, Dr. Shaheen.
Say that again, Sister.
I think that was the National Grand Secretary of State.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, gratitude, Islam. All right, gratitude. So our Grand National Secretary of the State. All right, we'll have you in there as well. And all right, Brother Marvin Evans Bay. You can come forward. And you can start it at page 404. That's the divine origin of the Ten Commandments. And then you can stop at page 406 at the bottom.
Islam, gratitude.
Yes, sir. And then we'll have, I thought it was our brother Bati Bay came in as well, right?
Islam.
Okay. And then you'll go from page 407, and you can actually stop right there above. Is there a cross for you? On page 408. And then Grand National Secretary of the State, you can pick up there, and you can take us over to the other page at 410. Islam.
Islam, and where do you want me to stop more on 410?
Right above, we'll exchange it someday for a crown.
All right, gratitude.
Oh yeah, Islam. Islam is gratitude. All right. You got it, brother Marvin. Islam is without dispute.
Islam and gratitude. And again, praise and honor have been given. I'm Dr. Marvin Ellis Bay, and I'll begin reading. The divine origin of the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments, as translated in the Bible, are not the true tablets of laws bestowed upon Moses out of Egypt, ancient Kemet. The biblical Ten Commandments appear two places in the Old Testament: Exodus 20, chapter 20, verses 1 through 17, and Deuteronomy chapter 5, verses 6 through 21. The two similar but not identical, pending whether in the Protestant, Anglican, or Orthodox Christian who follow Jewish tradition, or Roman Catholic and Lutheran traditions used by St. Augustine, which combines 1 and 11 and splits the last commandment into two. The latter changes the numbering of the other commandments by 1. However, it is the basic principle of the Ten Commandments that comes as a prophetic warning by Noble Drew Ali. In his chapter 46, The Beginning of Christianity, the Moorish American prophet wrote, "These teachings were not accepted by the rulers, neither by the rich, because they loved the principles of the Ten Commandments. Through the Ten Commandments, the rulers and the rich live, while the poor suffer and die." In order to understand the original constitution of the commandments, one must study the holistic teachings of the ancient Moorish. Since the Garden of Eden, all initiates, students, were taught their minds were a part of the divine mind, that I was a state of responsible perfection and constant mastery. This is why Moses was not told the name of the great God, but only to reply, "I am that I am," meaning, "I am you," or Emmanuel, God and man, to identify himself as the Christ, so Pharaoh would understand. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, among the many inheritances, returned the true commandments to the Moorish peoples from Egypt's sacred Adept brotherhood. He was the first in America to teach from an ancient Egyptian constitution known as Tablet of Resurrection into light. The European West, especially the Wallace Budge's translation, called this the Egyptian Book of the Dead, a typical misnomer and customary pale skinning of African history. Fortunately, more contemporary scholars refer to it as the Book of Coming Forth by Day. This latter transliteration is more Afrocentric and relevant than the Romans' book of the black, oops, book of the death, oops, oops, book of the dead. These oops highlights the meaning of the word black, which according to science means death. See question number 87. And the common fact that just because the truth starved African American scholars' colloquialisms, connotations, and misuses of European words does not alter the true meaning. For example, the word black means death or negative. For all of history until the 1960s Black Power movement in America. Since then, they have given it the reverse connotation of life and positive. Still, everywhere else, in all nations, in all lands, black is just a word which means death. Yet, the most brilliant of the miseducated black intellects apply this word to themselves and children without serious inquiry. But only in America, the only place on earth where black people have been lawfully made and produced for 4 centuries. Anyway, back to the Ten Commandments. Most modern biblical scholars avoid trying to explain why virtually all the laws of the great God were given to olive-skinned peoples, mostly in Africa. Originating in the higher elevations of East Africa, from the Upper Nile to Sheba, Ethiopia, or from the mountains of the Holy Lands to Africa's Kushite Peninsula, called Arabia. Separated by the European artificial waterway, the Suez Canal, dredged in 1869 but nationalized by Egypt in 1956. All of the prophets which transmitted the words of God were African or Asian nationals, from Adam to Muhammad, nearly 2,500 in between, including Moses, Abraham, David, Solomon, and Yehoshua. See the Garden of Eden. As for Moses, one must remember he was Hebrew born but raised in the Egyptian Adept master. But, pardon self, I'll say that again. As for Moses, one must remember he was Hebrew born but raised as an Egyptian Adept master. Not as an ordinary Egyptian, but in the highest Kemethian nobility of the pharaohs. Naturally, Moses received all the instructions of the Adept Egyptian mystery system because he was being groomed to become a pharaoh. Drew Ali enlightened the Moorish Americans to the principles of the Ten Commandments, the foundation of thou being the principal addressee instead of I. The old-time religion taught I, self, Lord, and master equaling Islam. Islam equals peace. The Egyptian constitution of Ma'at governed with the word I. Pardon self. The Egyptian constitution of Ma'at governed with the word I. I to include the first persons of me, mine, my, we, ours. The Greeks, Romans, and King of the James boys translated the Ma'at I to the principal Roman European rich. Hold on, pardon so. I skipped a line. I'll say again. The Greeks, Romans, and King of the James boys translated the Ma'at I to thou to feature the second personages of thee, thine, thy, ye, and you. Through these revised revisions to the principle, Roman European rich lived while the poor suffered and died to receive their rewards in the sweet by and by. Moses, Abraham, and Sharif Abdul Ali were all Egyptian Adept masters. They were born into various African tribes but their degrees of prophethood were all founded upon the ancient Egyptians' mystery system of self-mastery. The deification of God in man here and in the hereafter, when Moses introduced the tablets of laws to the nations of Israel, they were pure and did not contain any other God before the one found within. Quran Surah 7, Ayat 145. In Palestine, where Greek had been made the national language, it was the pale-skinned people who titled themselves God, meaning ruler of the land. Question 93. And other people were thou. Contrary to the Western beliefs, the great God did not write the Bible. In his translations by European Greeks, Romans, and Englishmen from pillaging the tablets, make sure I'm on the right page, from pillaging the tablets of African prophets. Nowhere it is written where King James or his kinfolk, Frank and Jesse, went to Allah and got the words ordaining them to write the Bible. All true and divine prophets, whoever left a book, say where and when they received the words from their God, because most of all the sacred writings were handed out in stages from the ancient mystery system of Egypt, albeit the Bible was never ordained to be where find some more. Again. Albeit the Bible was never ordained to be. Where is its prophet, its God, and where did it acquire the word holy? And since truth is immutable and will make men free, why has the Holy Bible, as the Word of God, been changed over 315 times with over 2,000 versions? In the 1700s, the York and Scottish Rite Orders of Freemasonry established this principle of the Ten Commandments as the absolute requirement for initiation into its secret society. Freemasonry, built upon the murder of Hiram Abiff, ancient African wisdom, was designed strictly for free white men by free white men. With the commandments firmly in place, members could assume the attributes of God, and all others were outside in their profane world. Basically, every Mason must recognize the lodge and fellow members as purity by swearing, "So help me God," upon demand. Needful to say, these principles of the Ten Commandments were later brought to North America and written into the Declaration of Independence and U.S. Constitution by the same Masons and upheld by the Pope. These are biblical and lawful reasons why the Moorish will never be free as a pure and clean nation while under the Roman yoke and law. It was designed for Europeans to rule while the Moorish suffer and die, trying to be other than themselves, but not knowing how and why. The Egyptians' commandments before Moses. The Adept Egyptian mystery system not only included all the sciences of geometry, medicine, astrology, etc., but also laced with the character-building lessons of perfection. These lessons were of self-mastery and focused on developing the God powers which are dormant in every human. Among these sacred laws were the 42 declarations of Ma'at of the Comitian Constitution. These became the principal laws of purification for the initiate to reach the Ific life. The foundation of these was to honor thy father and the mother, that your days would be longer upon the earthland, which the great God has given to you. The 42 declarations of Ma'at listed in this chapter can easily be identified with the Ten Commandments through Moses, except they were written nearly 2,000 years before he was born. Also exceptional is the Greek, Roman, and English translations from the first personage of I and self and replaced with thou and thee. There is a world of difference between what I have not done as opposed to the Europeans' biblical misnomer of thou, you, shall not do. The English word thou is an ecclesiastical prose meaning a person or thing addressed outside of the principle, whereas I is the principle. The results are devastating because where thou shall not kill, it leaves ajar the door for the person to kill without atonement. Today, it is mind-blowing for the Moors to think in terms of themselves as gods or fruits of the great God. Nevertheless, blow it. Because the minds they blow are not their own anyway. Remember, no infinite mind can comprehend things infinite. Moore's Holy Quran, chapter 1. It was their forefathers who established the first religious creed, in parentheses, old-time religion. And they could not have accomplished this unless they themselves knew the great God in all his infinite glory. When they, parentheses, the ancient African forefathers, wrote the Constitution of Ma'at, it was based upon the knowledge that sin lies in the wish, in the desire, not in the act. Before a sin could be committed, I must be understood principle. Pardon self, I must be the understood principle. Without the consideration to the God principle, then all men will suffer the same fate as did Adam and Eve, the mothers and fathers of the human family. See Adam and Eve. Compare the articles of the Constitution of Ma'at to the biblical Ten Commandments revealed through Prophet Moses and Egyptian Adept Master. These laws and the Nile were, these laws of the Nile were established in the kingdom of God nearly 2,000 years prior to the tablets, Torah of Moses. The Constitution of Ma'at, I have not done iniquity. I have not robbed with violence. I have not stolen. I have not done murder. I have not done no harm. I have not defrauded offerings. I have not diminished obligations. I have not plundered the nectar. I have not spoken lies. I have not snatched away food. I have not caused pain. I have not committed fornication. I have not caused shedding of tears. I have not dealt deceitfully. I have not transgressed. I have not acted guiltfully. I have not laid waste the plowed land. I have not been an eavesdropper. I have not set my lips in motion against any man. I have not been angry and wrathful except for a just cause. I have not defiled the wife of any man. I have not defiled the wife of any man. Repeated twice. I have not polluted myself. I have not caused terror. I have not transgressed. Repeated twice. I have not transgressed. I have not burned with rage. I have not stopped my ears against the words of right and truth, my art. I have not worked grief. I have not acted with insolence. I have not stirred up strife. I have not judged hastily. I have not been an eavesdropper. Repeated twice. I have not multiplied words exceedingly. I have not neither harm nor I have not done neither harm nor ill. I have never cursed the king. I have never fouled the water. I have not spoken scornfully. I have never cursed the netcher. I have not stolen. I have not defrauded the offerings of the netcher. I have not plundered the offerings of the blessed dead. I have not filched the food of the infant, neither have I sinned against the netcher of my native town. I have not slaughtered with evil intent the cattle of the netcher. The Ten Commandments. I am the Lord thy God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. 41. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. 7:3:41. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Honor thy father and mother. 1:12:28. Thou shalt not kill. 4. Thou shalt not commit adultery. 11:20:21. Thou shalt not steal. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 39, and 40. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. 8, 13, 18, 29. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house or wife. 13, 20, 21, 33. Islam, I'll turn it over to the next week. Islam?
Islam. First, I'd like to rise to give all man and praise to Allah. Honors to the Prophet, honors to our theocratic government, our royal council, our flag, seal, emblem, our divine constitution, our swift angels, our mufti, our citizens alike. Honors to all the Moors that are here, the sound of my voice. Honors to this panel, honors to our ears class, and honors to our host instructor, Islam. And with this, I will and honors to Act 1, and I will begin with the reading. Carefully note the change of principles in the King James Biblical Version, needful to say, based upon the principles of the Ten Commandments, authors of the Bible distribute these laws of the land into every court, lodge, church, home, prison, and school and hotel room. This makes every red-blooded American accountable to knowledge of the law of thou shalt not. Meanwhile, the rulers and the rich fleece its citizenry with justifiable homicides of the poor, economical rape of the working class, and coveting the wealth from thy neighboring countries, Islam. This too is justifiable religion. And the same gods which owned the poppy fields and distributed cocaine into the urban interiors of the land are the same gods which punished both the dealers and the addict for thou having other gods before them. The same gods that manufacture weapons of mass destruction and sell them to the common people are the same that locketh up thy excuse me, locketh up thy ass for the use of them. Today, in the various courtrooms of America, blacks are bewildered into a stupor as to how can the Europeans still kill, covet nations, and even serve other gods before the Creator and forgive themselves with a slap on the wrist while we go to jail, big time, or executed. Wow. Little do Negroes realize the answer rests upon the principles of the Ten Commandments in your Holy Bible. In the European cultures, the judges are exalted forms of wistful masters and honored as gods. See Freemasonry. Therefore, it should not be considered as an unsolved mystery when the laws of the G are enforced when thou goest before them, before him. After all, even thou, y'all, you all, is taught the Ten Commandments from childhood. Hence, this gave rise to the phenomenal warning known throughout the Christian world: ignorance of the law is no excuse, because y'all, thou, have been commanded exactly what thou shalt not do up in here. America, KKK. This brings to light a modern day legal upheaval of fur and feathers, about the 10 of the 42 laws old man Moses stole from the 42 of the ancient Canadian Constitution. Did you hear about the European chief judge for the state of Alabama who raised quite a national stink about the constitutionality of his 2,000-pound pet marble statue of the Ten Commandments not to be removed from the public state courthouse? This was in the summer of 2003. He even threatened to chain himself to the heavy stone before he would let some Yankee politician remove the words of God from the state government's building, and he had railed thousands of supporters that agreed with his conviction. However, it is the author's firm suspicion that if anyone had really wanted him to remove that rock, the good old judge had been slipped the true African origin. Excuse me, let me read that again. However, it is the author's firm suspicion that if anyone had really wanted him to remove that rock, the good judge had been slipped the true African origin of its history of his beloved 10 Christian commandments. He would have ran foaming at the mouth and personally sledgehammered the graven image to fine powder. Islam. 10 Commandments, demise of Egypt. The question is often asked during the constitutionality of Mayat, the commandments and the sacred institutions of the Egyptian mystery system with all the world's first wisdom, philosophies, and civilization. How could Egypt allow itself to be conquered by Greeks, Romans, Arabs, French, and British? Over these past 2,300 years, these invading empires have taken turns at raping Egypt, destroying her intellectual and historical resources. Knowing Egypt was the light and held the keys to civilization. But why? Did the great God forsake the cradle of the human family? How could the combined Canadian upper and lower kingdoms fall victims to these lesser godmen? Firstly, there is no one answer to this line of inquiry, but there is a great answer among the many. It lies with Kemet's holy instructional system itself. Drew Ali states, of those who the sons of men have agreed to raise to sovereign power and set as a ruler over themselves, the scepter of power is placed in the hand, but not for thyself, Egypt, where the ensigns given, not meant for thy own, but for the good of the kingdom. Moorish Holy Quran 28, 1-2. The strength of Egypt was in its heart. It must be remembered, Kemet, Egypt, represents the gnosis of Mexim, Akabulan, or Africa. Origin of divinity of human family, first civilization and culture, empires founded upon many harmonies with his creator, establishment of all sciences, medicine, mathematics, astronomy, botany, philosophy, jurisprudence, art, dentistry, surgery, architecture, and literature and religions. Remove the above from today's European countries, e.g., America, Canada, England, Britain, Australia, Germany, Greece, Italy, etc., 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 and this entire world, as we know it, would crumble into utter darkness. Wisdom, which is the consciousness that man and Allah are one, Moorish Holy Quran 7:23, was given to the early Comedians by the first physical man, Adamites, Nubian, Moabites. Then temples, sacred schools, and universities of holistic life sprung up from one end of the Nile to the other, and throughout Egypt land, producing prophets, angels, and men of wisdom and sciences. However, there was just one thing wrong to the Egyptian mystery system with its deification curriculum. It was ultimately confined predominantly to the rich, the rulers, e.g., the pharaohs, elite, ambassadors, initiates from foreign lands, and people of means. These teachings were restricted, even forbidden from the common people, e.g., the poor, handicapped, slaves, lower castes, aliens, undesirables, John Doe citizens, etc. Although it must be remembered that the average lifespan of a comedian was 30 years of age. The Holy Prophet Drew Ali revealed this as a great failing in our history, as the enmity between the lion and the lamb. The lamb is the poor people. The lion is the rulers and the rich. More Holy Quran 46:3. Speaking of lambs, most theologians fail to point out the ignorance of the lamb. Yes, it is true that lambs are humble, meek, gentle, and even cuddly, but lambs are also so dumb until they would be extinct if it weren't for a few self-employed shepherds. Then again, ask any wolf. Either shepherd or wolf will tell you that a predator can attack a flock of lamb, devouring one lamb from the flock per day until the entire flock has been consumed. It is the flock of lamb, it is the nature of a lamb to be as stupid as it is innocent. Therefore, although the remaining lambs witness its own demise, the flock will remain in the dining area until the last rack of lamb has been served. Wonder why most black preachers who happen to also be Masons are dubbed as shepherds, and their black Christians congregation are called flocks, lambs. When it comes to enemy invasions, lambs are simply not prepared to defend against the majestic lion. These lessons of the oneness of God and man were originally assigned to the first family created in the garden, East Africa, Genesis 2:7-15. Their very first instructions were to eat only the deific and leave the compound tree of good and evil alone, Genesis 16:17. See Adam and Eve. But later in this fall, man reinterpreted these orders to mean greed, make babies, and acquire human knowledge. It was during this portion of the fall of man when the survival of the fittest became the law of the earthland. They were supposed to discipline the will of all men. Later, ever so often, an Egyptian adept graduate, e.g., Moses, Melchizedek, Abraham, Solomon, David, and Yehoshua, will violate the secret of the blessed and peculiarly favored, then would attempt to teach these saving powers to the fallen humanity. Usually, as carnal man not want the light, these prophets were rewarded with heavy doses of misunderstandings, exiles, and death. Moreover, by their own nation, their own nationals of whom they had come to save. The adepts and the gods of ancient Kemet knew the public was unstable and ungrateful. Man must be given the truth in degrees according to his consciousness at that time. However, the pharaohs developed secret brotherhoods to withhold these truths. During his illustrious life, Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali, knowing the opposition to truth embedded in the minds of his Moors, appealed to their Christianized state when he wrote on page 3 of the Moorish Holy Quran, these lessons are for those who love Yehoshua and desire to know his life, works, and teachings. Also, how the father can set their house in order, and the mothers are to teach these lessons to their little ones. Today, man still believes the truth is not for everyone, but that is not what Allah has said. Here in America, the European has patterned their educational system upon the identical format as the ancient Egyptians. Harvard, Yale, private academies, and prestigious halls of learning are for the notables and wealthy. Meanwhile, the public and patriarchal schools, under the guise of these sheepskin rulers, are programmed in continuing miseducation of the masses. The knowledge of self has never been on the educational agenda of the American school system. This is the complete circle of how the rulers and the rich so loved the principles of the Ten Commandments because it allowed the rich to live while the poor still suffer and die. Also, this shows the origin of exoteric, big I, little u principle being practiced worldwide today. See Freemasonry. It also is an explanation why all the Egyptian conquerors sought first to put out the light in Egypt. because of it being the capital and dominion of Africa and having the keys to civilization. Egypt was and is the light of the world. When the light truth goes out in Africa's Egypt, all of humanity is blackened into the cares of the world. Moorish Holy Quran 47. This is why Noble Ali said, I am the fifth and the last prophet, and I am 5 times more powerful than I was before, because he brought the little open book to reveal all secrets to all men. See Moorish Holy Quran, page 3, and Revelations 10. He brought these lessons of saving power to all men, all nations, to be taught universally under love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Moorish Holy Quran, see Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 1 and 11. Then and only then will the lion and the lamb lay down together, and neither will be harmed when morning comes. Moorish Holy Quran 46:5. When this is done, America, the new Egypt of the West, will be the eternal light for all humanity, never to be extinguished again. Islam, Islam, Islam. And with this, I will turn the meeting over to our Grand Secretary of State, Dr. Sefshu, to convey Islam.
Islam, rising, giving praises to Allah, honor to our Prophet, honor to our E.A.R.S class today, to our family online, our panel, Act 1, and also to our host. Is there a cross for you? Noble Ali, the Egyptian Adept master, instructed the Moors to become both the question and the answer. When he asked the topic question, who is Allah? His answer, Allah is the Father of the universe. This truthful answer had been beaten and psychologically removed from the minds of the Moorish peoples during the time of slavery and colonization. With absence of the knowledge of self and creator, the mighty Moorish torchbearers of civilization were finally conquered by the pale-skinned nations of Europe. Although there have been thousands of invasions of the African interior, which yielded all the powers of today's Western world, none was more victorious than the precision segregating of their consciousness of Allah in man. The European has never understood the line uniting divinity and matter, nor the Egyptian mystery system and this quote-unquote Allah that could not be seen with human eyes. They have always feared the things they could not see nor comprehend, especially when they would sense the omnipotent presence of this so-called God when they gazed into African eyes. The ancient Moors structured monuments and cities so magnanimous and graceful until they still boggle the mind of modern architects 6,000 years later. In fact, the Africans not only fought like they were 100 feet tall, they also walked like gods, upright, independent, and fearless, because they were full of knowledge and wisdom. Today, the so-called black man is strictly a man-made man. He has been untaught about Allah. He has no concept or knowledge of the one true God of his ancient forefathers, who were the founders of the first religious creed for the redemption and salvation of mankind on earth. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 48, ayat 6. Being without this knowledge renders him powerless and minus the possibilities of self. Even the Afrocentric people, as long as they assume blackness as their identity, must serve the gods as forced upon them by former slave masters. Since blacks are centrally produced and made in America, they must also place their trust in the graven images of the gods made in America. These gods rarely vary from the likeness of their European producers, which transmit from medias, mints, and laws. The original Moors who founded Islamism did not see the pale-skinned peoples of Europe as their creator or their gods. Quite the contrary, they saw them as their barbaric responsibilities in want of civilization. In ancient times, there was no single name for the creator. Before civilization in Kemet, the ancient Moors referred to this omnipotence as the great God, because they taught the science of all living things were deities made flesh. All living things are deities made flesh, and in their own manner, they each have a will. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 10, ayat 9. Yet, it is man alone whose will is strong enough to defy his and their creator. Man can easily distinguish the work of Allah apart from the work of man by its divinity and life-bearing grace. The major difference in the way the Moorish recognize God is openly simple. Moors look first for God in all manifests by its heart to life. Western inhabitants see themselves as God in their control over other living manifests. They see reflections of their kingdom of heaven in the things they themselves have made by patterns and forms. The old-time religion, founded by the ancient ones, was based upon the science of simplicity. For example, so that an initiate would stay focused on the perfect deified understanding of self and creator, he was taught, in all the world, there are two things. The one is truth, the other is falsehood. Simple. All the student must do is to first seek the truth, but know falsehood is an illusion of truth and what truth seems to be, but is not. The Moor's classroom was always set in his head, often called the mind, soul, the heart of man, the dome of purity, temple, upper room, or kingdom of God. Naturally, this became the nearest place for man to meet Allah, question number 4, and must be kept clean of impurities. Example given, hatred, slander, envy, lust, anger, and everything that harms. American history shows abundantly that during Ma'afa, the slavers and masons from George Washington to Wall Street called themselves, parentheses, white, God. From plantations to state-controlled religions, the fear of the European gods have been beaten and preached into the minds of their black chattel. Today, these gods are called by many names. Most say, in essence, Jesus. Most who say Jesus mean it with the image and likeness of a pale-skinned man in their mind. The same holds true for Lord, God Almighty, and his only begotten Son. When challenged, however, most will hide behind the bush of Jehovah, while others give God a mama and say, "Oh, Holy Mother of God." Still others are more blunt and call the true pale-skinned gods and denominations of the green, dead presidents, clearly crowned, "In God we trust." The majority of these gods have been systematically forced upon a slumbering people, totally unaware they are on the right religious track, headed in the wrong direction. Where in the history of chattel enslavement of men by other men is it revealed where the enslavers volunteered the freedom in the best interest of the enslaved? Like so, since the cross is the grand symbol for the church, where is its history of freedom and salvation for the melanin-rich people of the earth? From Yehoshua of Nazareth to the black man in America, gods of the cross have executed lives of Africans, which it did not give. This is not Allah. So, who is Allah? The giver of all life. Whatever produces a life form also has the power to sustain it. And so it is with the creator of the life of men. Since the original man fell from consciousness into human knowledge, he has had to learn his father by infinite attributes, signs, and symbols. Blacks are taught that God changes things, and this is verified and praised when they experience the surge of power from the gods of money, status, earthly possessions, or human knowledge. Normally, they do not see these quote-unquote changed things are allotted to those who conform to the will of the European in support of his kingdom. Yet, those few who gain the best of this world still will not find their own mind and souls because they are lost to her illusions. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 20, ayahs 1 through 3. Another minute observation would ask this question. This nearly 2,000-year reign of Euro-Christian rule is at the expense of unprecedented genocide, murder, and theft of people of color, especially here in the Western United Kingdoms, states, and countries. So, since the pale-skinned man gave himself the title of God, where is his heaven, which he has gone to prepare a place for you? Bear in mind, every God has its kingdom, as every ruler has his land. Question number 93. One just may rise to find himself already in such a kingdom, a place that has been prepared for them. Such a kingdom just may be in the crosshairs of someone else's hell. Speaking about the cross, there are many, many reasons why the cross is the perfect emblem selected by the founders of Christianity in its representation of European rule. Equally so, history can bear not one good reason where the crosses of Europe has ever been advantageous to people of color. There is a church hymn titled "The Old Rugged Cross," wherein Christians sing it as the emblem of suffering and shame. This is because the cross, parentheses, or pole, was used by the Roman government as its most legalized method of public executions. It was used to end the life of violators of European laws many years before Yehoshua was born. The convicted suffered much pain prior to death on the cross, which publicly displayed humiliation and shame of being a death row inmate. This old slave song goes on to say the cross is the emblem of suffering and shame, and I love that old cross where the dearest and best for a world of lost sinners was slain. Here, put to music, are both facts and faith of the reverse psychological dogma ever to express the depth and religious beliefs of unconscious Moorish peoples. This is the inner workings of a popular old quote-unquote Negro spiritual, which gives the true history and purpose for the cross. It shows its use to slay Yehoshua, Africa's dearest and best. Plus, it shows that something had to happen to make his brothers and sisters love such an emblem of his and their suffering and shame. Due to this mysterious something, parentheses, denationalized slavery, many of today's greatest people are blindly seeking salvation through death under the cross, after a life of expected demise and suffering. This is not in accord with the reason God gave man life. However, as in most Negro spirituals, the greatness of their African heritage and Islamism are promised esoterically in these feigned gospels. The quote-unquote old rugged cross ends with the verse saying they will exchange it someday for a crown. Islam. So at this time, we want to turn the meeting back into the hands of our host instructor, National Assistant Grand Sheikh of Moorish America, Dr. Shadawa Menti El Mohajed Shepsuel. Islam.
Islamism, Moors, again, we rise upon the seven, giving all praises to the great God Allah, our Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. Man, we want to give honors to the Book of Fire, man. Our chairman most definitely has demonstrated powerful measures. Our people just got to get it, you know, and once they're able to get it, all is well. All is well. You know, so it's a grand draw. I want to welcome all our family that's tuned in this morning. This is going to be a grand session, a very powerful session when it comes down to dealing with what it is that we have to bring to the manifest and give our people. They will receive grand degrees in the keys of education, you know, and we want to give honors to all the scribes for all the hard work, you know, that you've been demonstrating and everything it is that you've been doing in your research, you know, to constantly elevate our people, you know, because what we are doing, the journey that we have embarked upon, you know, no one has done this but us at this time. In fact, no one is willing to do this but us, to be exact, you know. So we want to give honors to all of those whom have been courageous enough to step forward. When we started, excuse me, when we started out in the beginning, you know, we want to let our family know this as well. You know, there was a whole bunch of the Moors, you know, among the executive rulers that were in participation, and these are those who were fixated and remained here. You know, so we are the ones that don't draw for numbers. We draw for the quality of a thing and not the quantity. You know, so we give honors to all of those who also participated, you know, in the beginning, but are not here now as well. the main measure is that this particular work that we doing is not for the weak. And I'm saying that to this extent, meaning that, our chairman say we can't get strength from weak sources. So if we are not willing to immerse ourselves into this thing right here, it will be a waste of our time. And the best thing we can do in all honesty is say, man, I ain't even with that. It don't make one lesser or greater in that thought. That's just not their journey. And so we give honor to all of those who have demonstrated to stay in power, because that is the sign of the saving power. These are the scribes that were chosen and handpicked by the prophet himself, because he the one working from the plane of soul. We teach that there is no death for the righteous. So Prophet Noble Drew Ali, as far as we are concerned, didn't die in 1929. He just ascended to the heights of his divinity. And so from that aspect, the spirit is always present. At least this is what our ancestors teach. We don't get up here worshiping Prophet Noble Drew Ali or none of the prophets, but we give honor where honor is due. And that God, man, is living on through his works. And we are here to ensure that that is the case. In fact, there are many keys, right? They're in the work of the prophet, This Circle 7, I designed that little cover a little while back. I think y'all remember I did the post, but this is our Moorish Holy Quran. It's in here, and for those who don't know, right there, we started out Shanus effect. Everybody knows Shanu means circle, and Safek is actually 7. So this is just a handwork. We don't really know too much about this stuff, but when we put our mind to things, we can, bring these things into the manifest. But it tells us in many different areas where we deal with Yehoshua, the life of Yehoshua, how he was initiated into the mysteries of ancient Kemet in this Moorish Holy Quran. That's what makes this book or this pamphlet, so great, family. When you look at it, you don't see a whole lot of pages in it as you would see in this particular work. You see? But yet, this to the Moorish Americans is the key to the uniting of this. So in other words, Prophet Noble Drew Ali said without this, his people would be lost in the Grand Quran. And in this particular work, he takes our people through the 4 sacred schools of thought, which we call Islamism. But all of those 4 sacred schools of thought descend are children of ancient Kemet. See, this is what we teach that no one else is teaching. We have our people that may be favorable when it comes to dealing with the Piscean records of what they call the Bible. Or some may be favorable according to dealing with the Grand Quran or whatever teaching, Judaism or, the Tanakh or the Torah, if they say they're Hebrew, or some may love Buddhism and, some may love Hinduism, some may love Confucianism. But Prophet Noble Drew Ali in this small pamphlet here brought us a wisdom to be able to unite us. Not only a wisdom, but this book is pretty much Kemetic in essence because of the fact that the 18 missing years here are the 18 missing years of the Piscean records of the Bible in this book that it mostly consists of. These 18 years were spent in Kemet. You see, according to our record. You see, and we have a whole lot to back that up, whereas most other people may not be able to back up certain things about the historicity of Yehoshua. Well, we can back up what we're saying, and we have demonstrated that on my channel. All you got to do is go through some of the videos, and I touched on a lot of it. Even the actual burial site of our brother Yehoshua, Yeshua. You ain't never really heard too many people, him and his family, by the way, because he did have a family as well, and that's a whole nother measure. All you got to do is do the research. The information is out there, and anytime you find a grave site, of people, that is evidence of their being into existence. A lot of people like to deny, that these God men existed, or these Egyptian adepts existed. Some people even deny that the Neteru existed. But if none of these were of existence, then how could you have the principles to be able to live by? Unless some man expressed these principles. And so what I like to tell our family is that when you deal with any particular truth coming from Kemet all the way up to now, rather than denying whether or not somebody existed physically, know that there were those who actually expressed those principles. And I say it all the time, if it was love, then it had to be a man who came forth to express this love. If it was spirit, then it had to be a man that was made manifest in order to, if spirit is there. Like, for example, if I was here in spirit without this body, you wouldn't know I was here. You'd just see, the bookcase, or the textile behind me or whatever the case may be. But being that I'm animated with spirit, which is vital to life, so to speak, you can see me here in the manifest. You see, when I pass on, well, if I passed on this same wisdom that I have to my seed that come behind me, my grand seed, then these principles that were in me will personify themselves through them. You see, and if they did the same thing, this would be the case. So we can go back, most of us, based upon what we went through in slavery. We can go back maybe to a great grandparent, maybe great grandparents. Some of us may even be able to go further back than that, depending on, the gaps between the birth. But I will say this right here. At some point, there comes a time where we have no knowledge or never even knew our great-great-grandparents or our great-grandparents. But we know they existed because we here. So it would be ignorance for me to deny, if I got great-grandparents down the line, that they didn't exist because I don't see them now. That's foolery. And if you let somebody trick you like that, something is wrong with your thinking. You see, and so this is how we have to look at it. We are dealing with a time where our people have become atheistic, and this is what's making it difficult to be able to teach our people. Not only are they atheistic, but they are Eurocentric, also in their thought, and they think they're doing well. I was looking at a video last night of some that often oppose us, and it was comedy to me, but sad at the same time. They was up there actually rehearsing on how they gonna come at people like myself and others. Don't put that out there, because you put that out there, man, they gonna come get us. Speaking of people like ourselves doing the research, and I was laughing like, really, y'all sitting up here plotting, on the information you gonna come forth with to rebut, what we bringing here. And that's a sad state when we got people wasting time to tear down, and not willing to build. And so, well, they are not willing to deal with these transliterations, and corrections of what we have been taught through the Eurocentric hub. We are willing to correct. And that's what we are doing. And boy, there's some correction that need to be made. And we're going to expose a lot of that, and like I said, we got 18 missing years in this particular work in Yehoshua, and our work was in Kemet. Even the Bible says that at the age of 12, that's where he went. But this is going into the activity of what he was during that time. Not only that, but the chapters on the social duties, also Kemetic, because we know that they, in the root, was said to be written by Akhenaten IV. So, and this is coming from the scholars in the East, the scholars, of India and so forth and so on, that had these records preserved. So Kemet has blessed the world with its wisdom. The rays of the Adeptus, have shone upon many different nations, including this one right here that we living in. They too have taken a portion of what Kemet is. And so it's our duty, to put the capstone, on the pyramid, because a lot of the falsehood dealing with them 72 bricks they got in the one you see on the dollar bill, it's going to crumble, when truth is on the manifest, because truth itself will knock the brains out of falsehood. That's what the Grand Quran said, by the way. So at this time, what we're going to do is call forth our people, our scribes, so that they bring forth their sessions, and Islam. It's going to be a grand drawing, family. You're going to learn how to deal with some transliteration today. All right, Islam, is there any one of our scribes that would like to come forth, and volunteer with their work?
Islam.
Sister Curta Bay.
Islam. And I might want somebody else to go before me, because our assignment, Dr. Shahi, was to use the document entitled Excerpts from the Papyrus of Prisse, the PDF attached here, and select section B, warning about the woman. And you had told us to use the slave or the mola or the kutus.
That's
and
right.
The Egyptian dictionary choice to assist you in finding the transliteration of the whole portion of the text. We were vetting if you're able and give you a translation. And what I did, I don't know if you want, because that first line in that papyrus, I didn't actually do that. I went to the second line because the National Grand Secretary of State, she actually did that line, but I do have her information. But I went to the second line of that papyrus, if that's okay. But if you want somebody to do that first line first, I can stand down and let them go first with that first line, and then I can come with mine on that second line.
Oh no, it really don't matter which one, because that's really just the title in the first.
Okay.
You know what I mean? In all actuality, that's really the title of the paragraph that we begin to work with, so to speak.
Oh, okay. Well,
the woman, so to speak. But that's a whole nother measure, Islamism. But the actual lines, when you go down into it, it goes into the actual document.
Yeah. And I did that. And like I said, I went to the second line. She had already did the first line. And so, okay, well, I'm gonna jump on out here, y'all.
Yeah, Islam. And we'll let our Grand National Secretary of the State bring her forth right behind you if she chose to come forth.
Okay, and I'm gonna share my screen. I see hit entire screen. Let's see, I think I hit here. Share. Okay, do you see me?
I'm right here, sister. Let me put you up there bigger than my little thing. There we go.
Okay. All right, family. Let me make sure. Let me try this again. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a minute, family. Okay, make sure I put the right one up here. Okay. I don't know what. Wait a minute now. I done worked hard on this thing. You ain't gonna go acting up now. Okay. I don't know why it's got all of them in the back there. But anyway.
Yeah, you got to open your screen up over it.
Okay.
That one page.
Like that?
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, yeah. Now let me make it big so y'all can see it. Okay. I'll go to 300. Can y'all see that now?
Oh, yeah, Islam. We see it well.
Okay, good. Okay, so like I said, I went to the second line family in that papyrus, and Dr. Shahid, that I tell you, this was a challenge doing this because they had me a little bit confused on how they did theirs and what I was finding out and what I was looking at. And so in that first line, as you can see, it started out with the M, and they are saying that's G17, and they are saying that that's that hawk. And as always, when I do my research, I always go to the molar tube, which is the the Unicode, and I see, as you can see here, that's the G17.
Yeah,
And
Pardon
then
Self Queen, that's the owl too, by the way.
yeah,
So they can kind of be, throw you off a little bit. It's
that old Mr. Owl there. But anyway, they saying that was the M, and that's what the Unicode is saying. They say that was the M, but in they writing up here, if you can see my cursor, um, I don't understand why they got HNMS. But as I go along, you'll see what I'm talking about. What confused me really, and
Pardon
then
Self one more time, sister, not to cut into your wisdom, but that's always the KH. Yeah,
uh-huh.
with the little arrow pointing down there. So it's Knims. You see?
Say that
Yeah,
again.
even though it looked like a H, it's KH. Is
Okay.
how you pronounce that.
Oh,
Islam.
okay. KH. Okay. But
Mhm.
anyway, what I did is I looked up the Unicodes and all the Unicodes. And I didn't know what that AA1 was, y'all, but I did. I found out that was a code that I could look up, and I got it at the end of my paper. So I didn't put it first, but that A that AA1, that should be the next thing, and it's either the I, but I went to N35, and so you can see here, and like I say, my AA1 is out of place. It should be the next one, and but I got it all the way at the end of my paper, so I'm gonna go past that one if y'all can follow me, and then go to the N35. And when I looked up the N35, and what was confusing me was they got N35 here, and they got they got this. We know that little wavy thing. We know that that's the N, and that little circle there. And this what the Unicode said. They say that that's a NH, the H with the little thing up on it. That's the symbol for the N35. But if you but we, like I say, we all know that is the end. But I didn't know if they was putting it together, if they was putting it as separate. So if they was putting it together, that would be the end, and then that's the H right there. But nevertheless, it'll be NH, if y'all follow me. Islam. And then I went, that's the N35. Then the T34, that's NM. And what was throwing me off is, to me, they didn't have enough alphabets down here. Because if T34 is NM, then why you ain't got, they got an NM down there, but to me it was just confusing. And as you can see, that is the NM, because I say it looked like a little flower or something, and you can see it down here. That is the NM. And then I went to the that's the T34. And then I went to the next Unicode, which is a G17, and we see that is the M, and you saw it as the bird or hawk, Dr. Shahid, whichever one. I get them mixed up, but we know that the G17 is the M. And when I'm writing it out, I wrote the M on my paper, and then we know we ought to be used to this shim. I call it a little old walking stick or something, a little hook or whatever. But we know that that's a S. We already know that that's the S. That's the S29. That's the next Unicode that that I looked up is S29. And we always know that S29 is the S. We done been over that one a lot. And then this human, the A7, that was the next Unicode that I looked up. And this here threw me off too, because they saying the A7, where we can see the little man in the picture. Y'all remember, if you can see the man in the picture, that's him with his hand, with the little hand going out and the arm coming down, right? So that's A7, but they're saying that that's either a WRD with the little long thing up under there, or the H with the dot, MS, and then BAGY. So and like I say, that's what this is what I was coming up with, and for Jeff, for that first little group of words right there. And then the next one is the A1. And as you can see, the A1, now family, I looked at this, that looked like an I. But when I look at that, family, I had to get my magnifying glass. I don't know what that is, because that's a little long, that's a little line, and then that's an apostrophe on top of that. I don't know if y'all were paying any attention to that, if you got that but I was calling that an I. I don't exactly know what that is, because like I say, that's a little line, but it's got apostrophe on it, and I had to get my magnifying glass to see that.
Yeah, that would be an I.
That still would be an I.
It would be an I, but sometimes you'll see people, place A depending on who dictionary it is you're going through. But in the molar tool, they put it up there as I.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what that was. I say that, but that's what I was calling it, an I. But then once I looked at it close, I didn't know if there was an I or not. And then the next, and like I told you, family, my AA1, here it is. That's the H that should have been down at the come after the M. I told you I didn't know what that was. And then I went back and looked it up. So this should be with the M at the very down here. Right here. Yeah. That should have came in here, but I didn't look that one up until I
look at it right there. Go back, Queen.
Go back right here.
Yeah. See that right there next to the molar? That's molar is what it's saying right there. The MO. You see that? That's right next to it.
574.
Yeah, but the actual symbol in the hieratic.
Okay.
You see the first little section right there, the hieratic? Yeah, that's the same thing they transcribed into that symbol of the hieroglyphs over there.
Oh, okay.
See, that on top is the H. And if you go back to your H, you'll see that's the top. Then the bottom is the N in hieratic.
Okay.
So two symbols. So that's H and N. The way they put it, but it's not pronounced as an H in that way. It's actually a hard, which is KH and N.
Okay.
You see?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm just emphasizing that, because if you go back up there, you'll see what I'm talking about. So that symbol on the top represents again the H or the KH. With the hard pronunciation, and then that which is beneath it is the letter N. And so they are using that sign over there. And see, this is why I always talk about, transliteration. They reading these glyphs from 4 different directions.
Right.
3, they read them from the left, to the right, and then they reading the others from the top to the bottom, from right to left. You know, and this is why we saying that they came up with transcribing the original text into these symbols, and that's what makes it confusion.
Right.
People been taught the symbols without this other stuff under the transliterated alphabet, then they would have you know, a little more clarity. So being that people have accepted the glyphs, you know, it make it hard to even teach certain people who only want to accept them glyphs and don't want to go back to the original source material,
Right.
you know, which is the hieratic. So all of them are checking out with what's down there. You know, with the pictures, we know the pictures was just indicators that was put there.
Right.
You know, however, if you look, you can see the first two letters, like I say, they would represent, you know, that particular, you know, the circle with the lines going through it above, you know, the little watermark that you just left from. And then the next measure that you see coming right behind it that looks like a 3 and has a dash coming off the top of it. You know, that's basically the symbol that they're using for what they call a knife.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be a knife coming. Then this M right here, that's actually the proper M, but we're gonna run into some things where we're gonna have to correct them. Can you go? Well, yeah, see, that's not the right M right there.
Okay.
I'm gonna get into, we already talked about that. But, go back to where you were, sister.
Right here.
Yeah, so like that's your M right there. You know, that's coming behind that little knife symbol being corresponding with, you know, the eye or indicator or whatever. And then you have the S, which you can see is still similar to itself. You know, the little fold over. Down there, you going back away from it, sister. Yeah, you just stay right there.
Oh, stay right here.
Tell you what a transliteration is. Because that's what I'm speaking on right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, right here.
Yeah, so that's actually where this stops at. You see, them 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, pictogram that they trying to use as alphabets corresponding to, you know, the hieratic up here. We know the hieratic is the original.
Right.
All of that is being stated as it is, but if you look then behind that little fold symbol, look like a cane almost. Those last two symbols are determinatives. That's really determinative for the remet in most cases. The only difference is they showing you both of them determinatives as they exist individually. So that first with the little 3 little dots on it, that will be the woman that you see right there. In front of that cane looking symbol. And then the man behind her.
Right.
He would also be a determinative, you know, what we call indicators. The same one you pointed out earlier, you know, when you was just over there asking me about the letter I. See? So individually, you know, these measures they are putting up there with letters or whatever the case may be, but these are really determinatives. And the really only thing, what you see there, in those two symbols are really supposed to be expressive of what's being said, you know, in the 4 letters that come before them. So the determinatives are indicators supposed to indicate what's being said.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's all they there for. They consist of more of a word and anything. You know, we don't look at the pictures.
Right.
Like we said, as alphabets, we showing you how they reverse engineered, you know, the hieratic above into these pictures because we already had those lessons. So they correspond one for one. You know? So, you know, it ain't too many or too less on either one. It's just having that. And I go deeper into it when I open up my measure. So you can go ahead, Goddess and Queen.
And we kind of covered the A1, and then I just went to the Coup dictionary to make sure that it was what they were saying. And as you can see, they were saying that was an unidentified sign and not identifiable. And then they say it was a bastard under supervision placenta.
Most of the time they say that's the placenta.
Yeah.
But yeah, they you know, that's why I say that we take it with a grain of salt. You know, and I can really see that right there's on a level of sacred geometry, which we'll get into at another time.
Right. And then the N35, y'all, what I told y'all about, they saying that was heaven and earth and water surface, water line. And that's the way it looked in the old dynasty, fourth dynasty. And then that's the little thing, the little, and it is a knife, Dr. Shaw. It's weapons. It say weapons and hunting tools.
Right.
House.
Right.
And then it's they say a knife. But that's the same little symbol. That's the T34. And then the G17, what they calling they saying that's a in the bird family category is the bird, but it's the owl.
That's
then
right.
it's description, the owl, a barn owl, eagle owl, a desert owl. And then that's the S what you was talking about. And I call it like a little cane or something, but they calling that, they say that's the crowns, garments, or rod.
Yeah,
And
sometimes they'll call it a folded garment. They
yeah,
got all
it's a
types.
folded piece of fabric. Yeah.
They guessing at it.
And then this is the little man that you was talking about. And then they were saying men anthropomorphic gods as sitting or standing without attribute, and then with his folded legs. So, and that was the A7, and that's the way the writing was in the Miller Kingdom. If you and this is the second. I mean, this one was, you said, was the woman, right?
Yep. See, and that's what I was just going to point out to you. See, and now this is Aku's tool.
Yeah.
Aku has it as two men, but if you go back to the other one. Go back down to the bottom.
Oh,
where you had everything at the actual transliteration.
Okay.
Blow it up. Yeah. Blow it up. Yeah. Yeah, right there. Blow it up.
Want me to blow it up some more?
You can, yeah, if you can make it bigger than that.
Okay, let me see. I got one more to go. How about that? That's as big as it's gonna go.
There you go. Yeah. In certain cases, they will say, like I say, that represents like the principles of Remet, you know, and it would be like a man and a woman there represent people when you put those two things together. But in the other measure, it's saying two men. So, you know, that's based upon, you know, the eye of the beholder,
right?
What they seeing, and so, you know, that ain't a real big issue. Them things can be corrected along the way.
Okay,
you know what I mean. But Aku has two men there.
Right.
See, that's right there. I would see that normally as man and woman, based upon what we seen. So,
okay,
that ain't a big deal. We just know what they trying to compare them to. Like I say, I go deep into it when I present a lot of different errors that have been made, because there are some errors, many errors that have been made.
Okay.
That have to be corrected.
Yeah, and then moving right along on, and the next group of alphabets or letters that they had, and like I say, I always go to my molar first, and I looked up the D25, and as you can see there again, they got over here RPW.
Erpu.
Huh?
That's Erpu.
Erpu. Okay.
Yeah, Erpu.
And see, I got to learn how to do that. I don't know how to do that. How you say so? Okay, but anyway, why would you how you saying that? You said Erpu.
Yeah, so, I'm just putting, you know, what a vowel would be there. You know, some people may put Repu. I say Erpu. You know, because it flows better.
Okay.
That's the thing about it, because nobody knows really how they pronounce what they pronounce. You know, that's basically what everybody that deal with this language end up having to do.
Okay.
So when you see them where they sound it all the way out, that's because somebody put a vowel in there. That vowel wasn't always there. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
So I'm just doing it off of the head because I'm familiar with a lot of the text. That's how I'm able to say Ertupu, and
Okay.
because that's basically it flows with ease. So
Right.
I'm gonna show you something. You can
You want to stop sharing?
yeah, but you can pull it back up after I get done. I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Okay. Let me see.
I'm gonna show this actual book I got in my hand. So once you stop sharing,
Okay.
yeah, okay. So here we go right here. If you look in this book right here,
Oh.
all these so-called transliterations they got in here. You see
Okay.
how that says M?
Yeah.
That M is that owl.
You got to make your screen bigger, bro.
I ain't see it.
Yeah, pardon myself, brother. I didn't know how it was showing to you. My bad. Okay, let me open it up.
I can see it.
Yeah, I'm finna open it up right now.
Okay.
Just give me a second, family, so I can open it up bigger. And if you're looking at it on different areas, you can also enlarge it on your side too, like I do over here, and it'll make it a little bigger for you as well. All you got to do is go to the corner and hit open screen, and it'll make it big enough for you to see it. So Islam, let me
Are you speaking to me, sir?
I'm speaking to everybody on the panel.
Oh, okay.
Right there in the corner, the screen.
No.
That screen will expand for you, and it'll make it bigger than what I'm showing. Even though I'm finna make this big and put myself up here, you can still enlarge the screen in the corner, and it'll blow it up even bigger. You see? Yeah. Okay. So here we go right here. Can you see it now, family? Sister Curtis Bay.
Yeah. I see. Yeah, I see some symbols and stuff.
Okay.
Page 31.
So this is they little transliteration in so-called book of the dead, right?
Okay.
And you see this letter right here that they call an M, right?
Go back it up a little bit.
Too close. Okay. You see the owl?
I see.
Where
It
it
says
says Heliopolis. Anybody see where it says Heliopolis and it says?
I see Heliopolis.
And it says N. You see right before Heliopolis where it says N. It says which is N, right?
Right.
You see above that. That's the owl.
Oh, okay.
The same owl that you got on your page, and they saying it's M, but you see they spelling it as EM, right?
EM. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see that. Mm-hmm.
Now, when you look at the original letter, in what you have, it just has an M there,
M,
right?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the E wasn't there originally, and that's basically what I did when I said Erpu.
Okay. Oh, okay.
In order to sound it out,
right.
Mm-hmm. That's basically what I did.
Oh,
so it come with time.
Yeah, because I was like,
that's just practice or whatever the case may be. And I'm gonna show you how I actually did it when I begin to share my screen.
Oh,
so you can begin sharing and finish up.
You want me to go back to share?
Yeah, I just wanted to make that plain to you. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Like I say, anytime you want to expand the screen, if you hover your cursor above, this screen here, go to the bottom corner to the right. It'll let you open this whole screen up that's in front of you. Matter of fact, I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about right now. I'm gonna share my screen and demonstrate it. That way, our family will be able to blow this stuff up when they're trying to look.
Yeah, let me close that back out.
Speaking to everybody, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to ask you about that, but I just.
Yeah, I'm trying to help the family out, brother. It's all right. I'm just trying to help you so when you see it, because you can actually see how big this stuff is, even though I have it in the regular size. Like when I go outside of the screen and I'm right here, I'm sharing my screen right now, but let me do this here. When the screen looking like this, you can still see, how big it is, but I would have to do this first. Let me show you. I'm gonna share the entire.
Right, sir. I was thinking that you wanted to show the whole screen. That's why I said that.
No, you all right, brother.
Okay.
No need to be. You all right, good brother. I'm just trying to show our family so they know how to do it, beloved.
Right. I want to know how
I'm
to
not.
do it.
We're not attacking you, brother. Calm down. So, what I'm trying to show our family, you see what I'm doing right here, Sister Curtis Bay?
Oh, okay. I see that.
This is what I'm
Okay.
talking about right here. When
Yeah,
you
that little. Okay.
you see that now? Look at what this does. Even though it ain't showing everything that you can see because I don't have none sharing. Now watch this. I'm gonna share something for you, and I'm just showing you this so you can see how to put your stuff on full screen and be able to look at it. Most people don't know that's there. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
If they don't really know the program like that.
Right.
So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna share the screen again, and this time I'm gonna select something because I want to make sure you're able to see.
Okay.
So okay, I'm gonna share that again so you can see, and I'm gonna just do this here. Try to find something. You know what? I shouldn't share the whole screen. I'm gonna stop sharing. I'm gonna share a tab because that way it'll let me show you with me expanding it. Okay. So there it go right there. I'm gonna hit window here. Okay. So you see me sharing this window right here, right now, right?
Uh-huh. It said the physical, the political, so
Okay.
realism.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of the.
I'm trying to make sure you see it.
Uh-huh.
Now, I'm over here on the regular page. It's still showing the same thing, right?
Right.
But in that corner, while I'm sharing this, if I hit that screen, you may not see it. Did you see it change just then and get bigger?
No.
See, it didn't let you do it because I'm sharing the actual tab.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to show you is I basically have to do it like I did it a few minutes ago.
Uh-huh.
Because it ain't gonna let me do it in the individual. It's just showing me on my end. But you can see it here. This is actually what's going on here. When you hear, and you can see me moving my cursor, right?
Uh-huh.
This little button here is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So when you hit that, you ain't gonna be able to tell what's being seen here because I ain't really sharing nothing. But
Right.
if I scroll over another page, you will. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. Right? See that right there?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. That's it.
Okay.
And that's what blow it up. You see what
Oh,
I'm saying?
yeah. Then I see some say exit full screen.
Right. And that's how you get out of it.
Oh.
But that's what's gonna let you see it bigger on your end, even when I'm in, this particular stage right here. You'll still be able to see what I'm showing, you see?
Uh-huh.
And when I blow it up like this, then I can make it seen on my end bigger.
Right.
You see? But no matter what, even if I'm here, if you hit that little thing in the corner, it's gonna blow everything up. Try hitting that. Everybody that's on here right now, try hitting that little mark in the corner and tell me, do it blow up better what you can see on the screen?
Wait a minute.
The same little area. It's really invisible until you put your cursor over it in that bottom corner. It's not. It's in your right hand corner too, Sister Curtis Bay.
I ain't getting nothing. Anybody else getting something? I might not be
doing it on our main screen.
I ain't getting nothing on the main.
What about our brother Bati Bay and Grand National Secretary of the State?
I think Bati Bay going to get his vehicle. Sister Hasepsu, can you see something?
I just see the panel, Moorish Ken.
I just see the panel,
so, when you scroll your mouse over the bottom right, Grand Secretary of the State, it's a tab. It's invisible until you put your cursor over it, but it's in the bottom right corner.
Yeah, I've got mine blowed up, and it's in the bottom right corner is exit full screen.
There you go. So you're already there. That's what it is. You already there. That's what I'm saying. But you had to hit that bottom right corner to blow it up, correct?
Right. Yes, sir.
That's what I'm trying to make sure, everybody can, see. So once you do that, no matter what size I am, you can see what I'm showing, right, Grand Secretary of the State?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Islam.
The only
Gratitude.
time that I don't use that is when I'm presenting.
When you present, that's
yes,
right.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
right. That's right. Because you don't want to hide your screen. I know.
Right.
Yeah, you try not to hide it. Because that's what I be doing. That's why I don't know. Like when y'all be like, you ain't sharing nothing, and I can't really see behind me. But the way that you can do that is when you just select also like it say select the tab or select window, and you can
Right.
actually look at the platform then as well. But I mostly like to do entire screen. That way I ain't got to keep jumping back and forth.
Islam.
But sometimes, like I say, I be thinking I'm shared, and I don't be
All is
shared.
well.
Yeah, because I don't know what's going on behind me.
Praise the
Lord.
Lord.
Islam.
Well, all right. Yeah, you can go back, Sister Curta Bay. I just wanted to show you that on how, like nobody really know how these things were pronounced,
Right.
when it come to dealing with the aspects of it. So what they did is added vowels in certain spots. So it ain't no right or wrong way. So you're going to see some people put, like I say, the E behind the R, and you'll see some people put it before the R. I just said Erpu.
Oh, okay.
That flows more with me. It resonated more with me with the way that it would be pronounced. And that's how everybody demonstrate across the board. So you're going to see some people do it the way I did, and then you're going to see some people just say, like some people would have just translated that owl as the M instead of even putting the E in there like E. Wallace Budge did when I just showed it to you. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's per whoever you read. That's the way that they're going to do it. Unfortunately, that's why we here to correct a lot of things.
I know that's right. Islam. So are you seeing my screen now?
Yeah, it's there. We got you right here.
Okay, and in that D25, y'all see where I'm at now at the R and the PW, and the first code that I looked up is the D25, and that's D25 is the SPTY, but they got it. Why
I'm glad you caught that.
Yeah.
Now, not to cut into your wisdom, but I wanna show you something here, right?
Okay, so you want me? What you want me to do?
We know that that's always been the sign for the letter R, right?
Right.
So where are they getting this other measure from, outside of that also being a determinative? You see what I'm saying? Because remember, even though these are letters, these are still considered within the realm of some. They are basically indicators, and so-called. They would say it's an alphabet. We talking about the hieratic though. So this septi is what they saying that is actually expressing, so to speak. You see, but in the alphabet realm that they done created, see, this is where the confusion come in at.
Yes.
By them trying to make signs, alphabets.
Right.
And all we doing when you see that and it's confusing, it's supposed to be confusing because they didn't have no business doing what they did.
Yeah, because I was all confused.
If it's septi, then well, is that not septi? And then septi pu instead of erpu?
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
But
then when you say, okay, well, now this is the letter R, and now you come across it and see that, that's how you know that you can't really depend on necessarily what they saying.
Right.
Because when you change expression of a word, you change the meaning of a word.
There you go.
That's just like me saying cat. And then, I mean, they really doing more drastic than this. And I say car. I changed the T and the R, but that ain't gonna make no cat, no car.
Right.
And that ain't gonna make no car, no cat. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's crazy. It's insanity. And this is what come with what we call Ptolemaic hieroglyphs or cryptography. That's what they do. They confuse people. And a lot of this got to do with too, them adding on them extra signs.
Right.
That they added on. You see?
And
it didn't have nothing to do with the original language in the first place. So a lot of that is coming from mixing Ptolemaic stuff with hieratic teachings, and they got a hodgepodge of madness. Go ahead, sister.
Yeah, and then and that's why I was confused, because see, you I see the little symbol here, and then in my Unicode, it looks similar to to that up there, but the word is set, like you said, septi or spty.
So that's the determinative expression. So now, how you do the process of elimination? You say, well, we know the letter R in hieratic, what it is. We see what they try. It's right there up under your cursor. Go down to the hieratic real quick. The first letter.
Yeah, right here.
You know that's the letter R in hieratic.
Yeah, that's the R.
So instead of accepting it as septi, no, we're gonna accept this as R.
Okay.
You
Oh,
see what
okay.
I'm saying? Because we know it's R. You see? And so dealing with that aspect, you just rule that out. That's not the right one. But if you go through though, go back to your molar tool and scroll through there, you should see the R isolated by itself. But you got to scroll down through each and every one of them.
Right.
Go back. Can you open up? I can do it on my end. I would rather you do it that way. You don't have to close your screen. Is your molar tool up? If not, I can go to mine.
No. My molar tool is not up. You want me to stop sharing and you share?
Yeah, I do it, but I'm gonna let you open back up. So stay on standby.
Okay.
And I'm gonna show you something too that they did that that hasn't been seen as well. Watch this. Let me exit my little full screen over here. Okay, I got everything open up already on this side. Let me just, okay, that's it right there. Okay, so let me share my screen now for you so you can see it. Okay, I'm gonna do entire screen like I say I do. Share it, and I'm gonna go over here to there we go. Okay, you got D25, right? Okay, so let me take this out first. I forgot if I don't take that out. And let me capitalize the D, because molar on it just like it is. That's a good thing though. I'm gonna show you something here.
3 hits. Yeah, that's what I come up with.
You got septi, right? Now I'm gonna show you the correction. This is what I found in my deep research, because I seen what you seen.
Oh, D2. Oh, so you put D21. Okay.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
It showed the correction. See, this is what I be saying though. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It should be D21 if he gonna make it an R.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Not D25. But see, the thing is, that's the person that's transcribing. They made a lot of mistakes.
Right.
The molar tool, we able to check it, and that person should have put D21.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Instead of that D25.
Yeah, they went to the determinative expression of it. See what I'm saying? I was gonna correct that in my particular time, but I did this because of to show you right on the spot. Okay, Islam, Brother Marvin.
Why you got an echo, Brother Marvin Evans, baby?
We got too many apparatuses.
Yeah, you need to. Every time you open up,
it's a lot of feedback.
Yeah. Okay. Are you still there?
Yeah, he probably got his phone open, and then he probably got the video playing.
Yeah, because every time he opened his mic, you get all that feedback. Okay, so you want me to go back to?
Yeah, but that's basically what I was showing you, and then they showing you the variations of it too.
And I think I did one like that, and went all the way through it, but I didn't try to, I didn't try to copy and paste all that and put it.
Oh, you ain't wrong. Some things didn't exist that they had come up with, and some things they literally changed, and I'm gonna show you that.
Right.
The person who did with the transliteration in that document I gave you. And it's good that we can see that way we can correct the errors and know that it ain't you that's wrong, it's them that's wrong.
Right.
The molar tool is putting out here what was already there, but this person who trying to do their translation, they need to do a little better. They need to be a little more careful, because they went in there and literally changed stuff and put stuff there that wasn't in the Papyrus system.
Right. Right.
I'll show you that when I begin to share.
Yeah, and that's why that's why I say, man, this thing had me, bro. I mean, I was going back and forth, and then it was a challenge, but it was fun though, because I'm learning and to see all of that. But anyway, nevertheless, we was talking about the septi in the D25, and
let me answer our family question right here. Our family human thought say, how do you make a sign into a letter without knowing what the sign means? And that's exactly what we saying. You know, you can't make a sign into a letter, you know, as far as dealing with what they demonstrated with the pictures. But the hieratic alphabet is an actual alphabet that actually has the original values to them that represent letter in hieratic. The European came and took those hieratic alphabets, brother, and basically transcribed them into signs, which are pictorials. That wasn't done by ancient ancestors, and so you have to reverse engineer them from the pictures back into the original alphabet. And the way we are able to do this, because we have the original papyri in hieratic, basically. You know, so there's the original hieratic alphabet lineup, but even that we had to put in abjad order. And I'm gonna show you right now what I'm saying. Let me pull this up real quick, Sister Curtis. Just want to make sure our audience, you know, getting clarity as well.
Okay, you want me to stop?
Nope. You can stop sharing, but don't go far, because I'm just showing this one point here. Okay. And after I show this one point, you know, we'll get back to it. I just want to show him what I'm talking about.
Okay.
We want to make sure our people getting clarity.
Oh yeah, we want them to understand.
Bringing it to them. If they asking questions, we want to answer the questions. You know.
That's right. That's what we're here for, to teach them, and we all learn it.
Right.
I know I am.
This is actually something I'm getting ready to do in a presentation. I done put all this together, because I'm getting ready to present this, you know, very soon. And I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about right here, because I was the one went and abjaded the hieratic alphabet, you know, because it wasn't originally in its proper state, so to speak. Let me share my screen. This actual measure here I'm doing to really try to really put to rest, you know, any obscurity when it comes to our people having any misunderstanding. Even though we don't went over these things, I got a measure where I'm going over it a little deeper, but in a chronological manner, so to speak. And I'm gonna show this since I'm here. You know, this is what we have to look at. And y'all already know this, Scribe, but to our family out there that's watching us, this is the definition of reverse engineer. You see? Reverse engineer basically means taking somebody else's work, remixing it, and claiming it's yours, basically plagiarizing. So it says to dissemble and examine or analyze in detail a product or device. It says to discover the concepts involved in manufacture, usually in order to produce something similar. And that's what they did when they came up with the Ptolemaic hieroglyphs, right? To be technical with you, so that our people know, you know, the use of this. If you notice here, I said Medu Neter is the book of creation. What do I mean when I say that? This ain't just a fanciful statement. This means that when you look around you, Medu Neter were basically events that was recorded, you know, of the ancestors in their own life. You know, everything they did, you know, what they observed in creation. And for those who don't know, that's what science is. Science is observing, you know, your surroundings and then testing, you know, what it is you observe and coming up with different methodologies to advance or progress, so to speak. That's what science is. So our ancestors was doing that in Kemet. We know it because they got it wrote on the stone. We see them working with tools. We see them dealing with even electricity. You know, they was doing all this stuff way back then in the period. This is stone now. So the thing is, it's not only in the book of creation of itself, but it deals with metaphysical formulas. Those metaphysical formulas have to do with one having a knowledge. These are people, places, and things, not letters. You see, the hieratic was transcribed into these things, and the European was able to get away with it because they know this existed for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
But there was no time that people were being taught off of this. No time that people actually speaking this.
Yes,
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They never spoke this. If you go and tell you all of the languages in hieratic, they wrote in hieratic, and all of their speaking come forth in that. That's called Metal Ray Incomet. This is called Metal Netta, the language of God. So this is meant to be understood metaphysically, symbolically, allegorically, esoterically. There are many measures you can get out of this.
Right.
But when you try to limit one of these to being an alphabet, you actually encapsulate it, you box it up. Oh, this is the letter A, that's the letter B. And you take it away from it. And you can't say that because the ancestors didn't leave an alphabet chart in this form. It was the European that took the hieratic and say, well, let me see which hieratic alphabet letter I can adapt to this. Let me see which one I can adopt to this. Let me see what I can adopt to that. And then they got you thinking you're supposed to be dealing with this when you don't know nothing about the hieratic. That's why if you ever see me pulling the hieratic up in front of the people, they can never get it. You see? So it says the Kemetic text of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. In other words, that's what, you know, these pictures really represent. These are formulas. Just like you would look at any algebraic equivalents and equations and so forth and so on. That's what that basically is. So it takes adepts to go into that and teach you that and break that down to you. You see what I'm saying? And we have done that. You know, we have showed the people formulas, but that's a whole nother measure. But never confuse this with being the alphabet. So even in the process of them reverse engineering the alphabet and the making them this, we have to reverse engineer it and take it back in its original form. And that's what you see us doing, family that's out there. Show you right here. I'm gonna scroll down real quick so you can see. This is very important to do this. Matter of fact, I just go to the next slide since I'm here. If you notice something here, this is when the first tombs, you know, were being built here. And we actually have the whole breakdown, and you know, I actually can go here on each one. I actually put a let's see if it's gonna let me do it. Let me move this out of the way and see if it do it. Some of them they do, some of them they don't, but it's all good. That's all good and well. I can actually copy and paste that, but I really don't need it anyway right now. So if you see here, they tell you what the purpose, and this is from the Oriental Institute, you know, of Chicago, which is basically the leading people, you know, that's basically supposed to be over Egyptology. They pretty honest. It says hieroglyphs were decorative art and ritual pictures combined with text. So in other words, they were saying, like, when you see hieroglyphics, as they like to call them, you know, they was mostly being put, you know, in the midst of decoration. And then you would have the text, which will be here, you know, that they will be surrounding. I got a few of those in this slide right here. I'll show it to you in a minute. But it says that, hold up, I got to make it a little smaller so you can see it. Okay, yeah, so it said it's decorative art and ritual pictures combined with text played a vital part in religious ceremonies, funerary texts, and were designed to protect the dead and help guide their passage to the underworld. This detail from the funeral text of the scribe Nepkin, 1400 BC, shows the deceased in his riding kit tucked into his belt, worshiping the god Osiris with his wife and mother. Now this makes sense when you look at what they call so-called funeral texts, right? Because you're now not dealing with, the actual language of man. You're dealing with what they call the language of God, right? So if you're dealing with the language of God pervades both realms, the spirit realm and the manifest realm. Hieratic, however, it says, was a faster way of writing dated from 2600 BC. It was used for everyday communications, until 600 BC, when it was superseded by the even faster Demotic or popular script. So look at when this is, 2600 BC. How do you calculate that time? 2600 years before Christ. That would make that 4,600 years ago. This text was on the manifest. You see? So when you come here and I'm showing you 4,500, that's 100 years lesser, than these things being created, the pyramids, because we actually have the writings right up under this in the diary of Mariri, in the hieratic as well. But see, it says here, known as the Papyrus of Jarf, name of the papyrus, and it says log books written over 4,500 years ago. These are the log books that had to do with the construction that was going on at the Great Pyramid, family. The Diary of Mariri is what they call this. You see? So it says they are the oldest known papyrus with text dating to 27 years of the reign of Renepsept. You see how I did that again, Sister Curta Bay? I added the vowels in there even though they ain't there.
Islam. Yeah.
So then this is Prisse, right? And this is the great house of Khufu. That's what Prisse, which is where they get the word Pharaoh from. Which really means the great house. Man himself was the great house, the temple. So this is Khufu. So the great house of Khufu. He protects me during the fourth dynasty, right? It says the text written in with hieratic, and they use the term hieroglyphs, but we know it's hieratic script. You see, divine right, mostly consisting of the list of the daily activities of Mariri and his crew. You have scholars who try to mix hieratic and hieroglyphs because they confuse, the hieratic itself with cursive hieroglyphs. You see what I'm saying? And that's why they're saying that. So it says the most well-preserved sections of Papyrus, Jarf A and B document transportation, white limestone. They're telling you type of bricks and material that they was basically moving. These bricks from one location. They was transporting them from one location to another. You see? And they tell you the quarries they was transporting them from. They call this actually, even the papyrus they found, the Red Sea papyrus. Like how they say the Dead Sea Scrolls. They call it the Red Sea papyrus because it's said to be found over there, buried in front of man-made caves. It says that served to store the boats at Wad al-Jaffa. And it says on the Red Sea coast, the papyrus were found and excavated in 2013 by a French mission under the direction of archaeologist Pierre Tallet, right? And this is showing you where they come from. A lot of times they would normally name the papyrus after the person that find it. Right. That's why you hear Ryan, Prisse, papyrus, they was named after different French and British people. But anyway, it says parts of the papyrus are exhibited at the Egyptian Remet Museum in Cairo. Remember I was telling you about the man and the woman normally being down with each other? That's Remet. They named the museum Remet in Cairo, basically. So here's another expression of it here where they put them in columns. This is the actual papyrus itself. And they put these in, this is a ledger of the building and the pyramid. This is actually Mariri, right? Even Ready and the Shinti wrapped around it. That's actually Mariri right there. And again, this is from 4,500 years ago, right? According to the papyrus. Now, the next oldest document is what we call the Papyrus of Prisse. You see, and I got that like almost in a transparent. That's what that is. We already got that. We've been in. It's the book of Tahotep is basically the same thing. That's Asher G. Hillard's, one of our brothers' transliteration, the one I got over here, the way they did it. But then I'm just showing how much hieratic papyri was there before they even started talking about some metal netter by Champollion them. And this was also a hieratic papyri. This hieratic papyri is actually talking about what Europeans been speaking of on the Algol. Now, this Algol constellation is evidence that the ancient Egyptians had been dealing with a calendar history over 3,200 years ago. That's way before the Gregorian calendar coming to manifest. And if you do research on this, this was supposed to represent Horus and Set. A lot of it, when you go into the history behind it, deal with the Egyptians was keeping up with days that were more like, they would study days that would be considered good days and bad days. You know, days that they felt that it would be right to go to war and days they felt it wouldn't be right to go to war. They were dealing with astrology, basically. You know, but this is an old expression of that calendar, and it too is written, not in pictures, it's written in hieratic, you see? And so once you understand that and you see the difference between, you know, all of the scripts, and I want to show you this time frame too, even though we don't really care too much about it. If you notice here, in this particular time that they gave in the existence of the language, they're saying that in the old kingdom, and this is right on time with what I just showed you a few minutes ago, this is actually going back 2,700 years, 2,700 BC. That's another 100 years on top of the 26 I mentioned a few minutes ago. So, you know, this, in this time, they saying in the old Egyptian period, hieroglyphics and hieratic existed during this time. Only reason hieroglyphics existed during this time because it was engraved in monuments. That doesn't make it a language. That's just saying the pictures were there, not an alphabet. The hieratic papyri as a form of alphabet in language was present. So that means that the hieratic was around, and it makes sense because the people had to be able to speak. They had to have their own language in order to communicate with each other. So that should make sense. From the earliest time, they should have had a language there. They wasn't no mute people getting out there talking about they finna build no pyramids. Come on, man. That common sense. What we look like, none of us can speak. That let's do it like this right here. Even if we're gonna give it even, we're gonna make it even plainer. Now imagine if we know right now, we know that if we went deaf, we have to learn sign language to communicate, right? Now imagine going deaf and not even being able to deal with this special drawing, or not even being able to speak, let's just say, because that's what they're trying to make it look like. Either you couldn't speak or you were just deaf. You know, it got to be one or the other. But imagine not being able to speak no sign language. You don't know nothing about no sign language with your hands or nothing. You think they was going into the buildings and putting up pyramids and then tripping stuff out and then pointing it out and say, go do that right there? You know how somebody might want to write something on a piece of paper and they want to say something that they don't want everybody to hear. You know how long it would take? Well, let me stamp this on the wall. Now I want y'all to look at what I stamped on the wall. And now y'all go do what I said that I done stamped in the wall. You know how ignorant that's. Come on, family. You know how crazy that sounds? Because that's what you're saying if you try to say our people didn't have no spoken language. Because they say you can't speak hieroglyphics. The whole Egyptology community say that. So if they wasn't speaking hieroglyphics and we all agree upon that, then what were they speaking? What was their language? Hieratic. Duh. You see what I'm saying? They sure enough wasn't quiet, not being able to speak. You know, they sure enough wasn't deaf and couldn't hear each other, because if that was the case, they wouldn't have been able to get nothing done. You see what I'm saying? So, man, the people got to get it together. You know, that right there debunk all the foolery right there. So I wanted to show you the hieratic been existing long as the structure's been existing, right? And so now when you understand this right here, it's easy to get. And they tell you right here, Old, Middle, and Late Egyptian were written in hieroglyphs, right? But it goes into the Greek form, meaning sacred, or glyphica, meaning carvings. You see? And they say because the Egyptian script was closely associated with temples and religious structures. Those 7,000 individual signs known, only about 800 were commonly used. Most of the pictographs were derived from the environment or daily life, animals, architecture, elements, plants, tools. Didn't I just say that the metal netter is what we call science, technology, engineering, and mathematics?
Right. Right.
Didn't I say that the book of creation is the things that they seen around them in their life and their living? You see?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you look at all of this particular measure and you point it out, like I say, I don't want to go through all this whole thing because I ain't intend to do it because we want y'all bill, and to get that to the people, but we just trying to make this plain to those who asking the question. Hieratic, a cursive script primarily for the use for pen on papyri, on ostracon, that is potsherd of limestone flake. It is a mistake to think that hieratic developed out of hieroglyphs, since hieratic appears earlier in the archaeological record than the hieroglyphic. Now, I shouldn't have to say nothing after that, right? Right?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
it's telling you, it's a mistake to think that hieratic derived out of hieroglyphs. And I got many other sources in here to say that, but I ain't gonna keep, beating on a dead horse, so to speak. We just want to put that out there and make it clear. And this is what they talking about when they say ostracon. That's hieratic being written on stone. They didn't write hieratic on the wall, like they did the hieroglyphs. You might see little things here and there, but hieroglyphics were impressed in the stone. You see what I'm saying? So, it's just different measures our family get. But this is what I was saying earlier, family, as well. When I told you I put the original order to this. This is the hieratic alphabet. It's not in abjad order over here on this side.
Right.
They got it in the order that they had the hieroglyphs in, which is basically what your boy Champollion created. I put it in abjad order over here. And I sent this out to our Muslim family, and you don't see no pictures here. Because we're trying to get to a point where we don't have to deal with, going back and forth between the two, but it takes some study to do it. See, so this is how the alphabet of the ancient Egyptian language would look in its right state. That's the alphabet, not pictures. But they took these particular alphabets and adapted them to pictures, and you call that transcribing them into hieroglyphics. And they did the same thing with this language, which is Demotic. So if you ask how then are we able to speak and use the language, it's spoken from the Coptic language. So even the way that we expressing it now come from the Coptic. Problem is about that Champollion to tell the people that. All he did is took these Coptic alphabets right here, the same ones here, and took symbols and that he felt looked like, different hieratic letters after he compared them. And then they created an alphabet chart off of that. But that wasn't the way the ancient ancestors was demonstrating. That's the Ptolemaic measure. They didn't do no different than what the Hebrews did. Because the Hebrews themselves, if you look down here, created their own alphabet. And the people, the Meroitic was also created later. Where is it right here? I had it chart up here. Right. Let me see. Well, this is showing what Champollion took all the symbols right here. We already showed that before. But I got it in here with those other charts that I'm talking about. This right here, like I said, this particular measure here is the one that I'm trying to use to put all that stuff to rest. In fact, here's the measure showing you what they did. Hieroglyphic and hieratic writing compared. Important to the hieroglyphic writing, the following example of hieratic writing was taken from the Prisse Papyrus. Same thing we was talking about, Book of Ptahhotep, right? Upon which at a period about BC 2600, two texts containing moral precepts, which were composed about 1,000 years earlier, were written. Now look at what they said here. Now, if we transcribe these hieroglyphics into hieroglyphics, these letters, meaning if they change them in the pictures, then they're gonna show that it's supposed to read the following. So this, they made a reed leaf, 1 and 1, right? Number 2, they made the mouth, which is a symbol for the letter R, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then the number 3, this is supposed to be the hair up here, the rabbit. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Then they got the number 4 right here, which is supposed to be the wavy surface of the water. And you can see
slide a little bit, got me?
Up there?
Yeah, slide it on. Yeah, so we can see. I see number 3. I don't see number 4.
Yeah, that's number 4 right there. You see it?
No, slide. Yeah, make your screen.
Oh, I know what's going on. It's something covered
right
up on my screen.
Okay,
yeah,
I see.
Covering it up that I can't see.
Oh,
I'm looking at the whole papyrus, but I know that little strip I got across the bottom of my screen. It's probably covering it up to y'all.
Yeah,
so yeah, this is 4 right here. And so they're saying that 4 corresponds to this here. You see what I'm saying? This is 5 right here. And they saying that they corresponded to the 5 up under that. You see, and now they're trying to actually connect the 5 and the 4 together in this particular chart. So you see how the confusion come into play.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? And this is what they did. When you understand this, then you understand these pictures were never meant to be alphabets. They made it up. And they did it by comparing what they thought looked like these alphabets. Here, the real alphabet. Right. That's what they did. So we have to reverse engineer, come out of the pictures back into what they compared, and we finding errors in a lot of this stuff. And I'm going to show you some of them when I open up. You see, when I open up on my portion, I'm going to show you the errors of their works. This is why I say we got to stop listening to the European and taking what they said as the law.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's basically the same thing. But I wanted to show you how here we have the hieratic papyri. But in the hieratic papyri, if you look, this is what they would call the Book of the Dead. Now, the Book of the Dead I just showed you, they got it in pictures. Remember I showed you E. Wallace Bud when I was showing that E and that M? It's in pictures. This is the real book.
Right.
Of what they call the book of, we call it the book of coming forth by light.
Right.
Per M. Heru. It's written in hieratic. And like it said in that first picture I had, they're using hieroglyphics around it as decoration, not as the text itself. And it even said down here, the people that's looking at it thinking I'm just saying this. It says Anubis introduces the mummy of the deceased before Osiris, and they use the term cursive hieroglyphs, right? It says are used, it said for the captions. You know when you're looking at the caption on TV? Right. You know what I mean? They're looking at these are being captions. See the hieroglyphics? Up there? And they are all up there where the picture's at. It says they are used as captions around. Let me put this all the way up here. Can you see this, what I'm reading at the bottom of the screen, Sister Curta Bay, where it says figure 3.5? I want to make sure.
I can't see. You have to raise it up a little bit.
I want to make sure that ain't being covered up. So what I'm going to do it like this here. Can you see it now?
Yeah, I see figure 3.5. Anubis introduces.
That's right. That's right. And I'm going to blow it up a little bit more because it'll raise it a little bit more. So it says around the figures, these captions around the figures, while the spells on the papyrus are written in typical late hieratic. You see, so that confirmed the first post of what I put out there. You know, so I'm gonna stop right there because I don't want to go too far in that. But this is my document that I put together to put the rest, you know, all of this stuff right here for one last time. You know, I want to present that to our people on, the outside platforms, you know, so they can get it. So what I'm gonna do, and I see why that ain't been sharing too, is because I actually had this up there. But we give honors to our brother. There it go right there. We just did too, Butt Naked Truth. We removed the tag. And that's what it was blocking y'all, par and self. You know, so yeah, nevertheless, again, you know, that's what it looked like normally. Let me share it Because I know my screen. Yeah, I'm still sharing, right, Sister Curtis Bay?
Yeah, I
Okay.
see.
I know, because sometimes I go out of stuff and think I still be doing it. But so
Right.
that's it right there.
Mm-hmm.
So your captions are up here. This is the actual text written in hieratic. You know, and if you are stuck though on you know, these pictures being hieroglyphics, you're gonna always be confused, you know, so to speak, on what's being said here. Because you going off the fact that they don't produce so much material in this, but you don't know the full makeup behind it. But in this document here, I actually get a back history behind everything, all the way into coming from the oldest point of the works, all the way up into the time of the Ptolemies, right here. You know, I show when they came into existence years after, and then I even go through the different monuments, which I done did this before, but a lot of them haven't seen me go all the way into these things. You know, so I show them all of the different places that were remixed and called by other names by the Ptolemies, how Ptolemy them put themselves in the hieroglyphics, created different monuments, you know, and I do it, like I say, in a chronological order, and then I get to the Rosetta Stone, you know, to show them that this was created. And it tell you right here, the Rosetta Stone, hold up, let me get that out of there, inscribed by the priest of Ptolemy. So if this was inscribed by the priest of Ptolemy long after the ancient Egyptians, and this dealt with the overthrow of our ancestors, why would you be using this and praising this when it's talking about the celebration of the Nubians being oppressed? It don't make no sense. This is Ptolemaic system of writing, not the ancient Egyptians. Only thing they did is stole the symbols and remixed them, you see, and created their own system. So once we get that right there, then we understand, you know, how they come up with talking about Champollion transliterate something. He didn't even do that himself. You know, I ain't even got into the Western Freemasonic influence in this thing with Napoleon. But one person I can always give props to, you know, that was honest out of all love, was E. Wallace Budge. Because he tell you right here, I'm conscious that unfortunately I possess none of the qualifications necessary for such a greater work, except in a very limited degree. Nevertheless, I have written this dictionary, and how it came to do so, the following paragraphs will show. He was saying he didn't feel like he was qualified to do it. At least he was able to admit that. Then he tell you that he was guessing. He tell you right here who Champollion got his knowledge from. Champollion went to Egypt. He took with him both copies of his dictionary. And while in that country, he added to both very considerably. M. Salvador, Cherubini, and Lenormand. These were Coptic priest family. And they the ones who wrote many slips for him. So when I tell y'all that a lot of this stuff Champollion claiming was actually written by Coptic priests, he took that from them, and then he went there after studying under them. He went to Egypt and found other Coptic priests, which also gave him other information. He added to his Coptic dictionary, but nobody ain't found Champollion dictionary today. What a dictionary at? It even tell you here how they came up with the concept of determinatives. They got them from Chinese writing, because in Chinese writing they call certain signs classifiers. And so they took that type of measure, you see, and applied that to the concept of determinatives, you know, which they say were between 1600 and 1700 symbols. So this is the whole reconstruction of the language, you know, or rather construction, reverse engineering of it right here. You know, where did I get that term from? Speaking of it, this is the book, The Epigraphy of Ptolemaic Egypt. What does it say here? By in essence, reverse engineering from the Demotic to hieroglyphs, he produced a hypothetical cartouche for the royal name of Cleopatra. They talking about what Champollion did. This is what he did, the so-called decipher. And he came up with this. This is his so-called decipherment, dealing with Ptolemy. Because Ptolemy had forced the priest to put his name in stone. You see? Oh, it makes sense now, don't it? And then you see the Demotic that he transcribed in the hieroglyphs. We literally got this stuff real time. That's the Demotic right there. That's the Coptic. And there go your pictures. This is Champoleon's demonstration. So I'm going to leave that alone for right now. You know, but it's good that I put that out there because most of the time his ancestors want me to give it to you. You know, so it ain't no dumb questions. You know, and it ain't strange that our people ask them questions. We gonna answer. You see? Somebody asked me, they say, can you trace your bloodline to this? Go through my channels, family. You'll see if I can. But anyway, Sister Curta Bay, pick back where you left off at.
It's Islam, God, man. Can I step away for a few minutes? And
yeah, you can. We'll let Sister Curta Bay come for. Sister
yeah. Let the goddess come for, because I need to step away for a few minutes.
That's all right. That's all right. It's all right.
Gratitude. Peace.
Gratitude. Mm-hmm. All right, goddess and queen. There are no strange happenings. Grand National Secretary of the State, you ready?
Islam.
You got to teach a lesson within teaching a lesson.
Praise Allah. Praise Allah. Islam, having already risen, giving praise and honor where due, I'm going to share my screen.
I got you, Grand Secretary of the State.
Praise Allah.
There we go.
So y'all can see it.
Islam.
Oh yeah, Islam. I definitely see it. Islam.
All right, gratitude. This is the Prisse Papyri. Our instructions were to use the document entitled Excerpts from the Papyri of Prisse PDF. Attached herein, select section B, warning about women. Use your Slay, Molar, Occult tools, and Egyptian dictionary of choice to assist you in finding the transliteration of the whole portion of the text we were vetting if you are able, and give your translation. We were coming from warning about women, the section B. And I had down here, because I had done this line 2, this line 1 and 2 at the last assignment. So I started with 3, okay, which is in essence the same what Dr. Dendra had shared. So again, this M, you know, using the HP database or the Molar tool, which the Unicode being G17, pardon self. And again, the owl, I'm trying not to be too redundant, but in essence, what the goddess pulled up, that's what I had. I did go down a couple of dynasties because of the fact that M we had issue with in the last class, where they were saying it was this, you know, and we see it appears up here in the 12th dynasty. So that's why I went a little further down and pulling the Occult tool. This is the Dixon Dictionary. Well, this one is the Ancient Egyptian Dictionary, showing that G17, the L and the M. And the Dixon Dictionary, just for the sake of pulling definitions out. And G17, you see in Dixon, make inspection in front of or in the direction of, in due time. I was just highlighting those so that when it came down to the transliteration, and I was also writing it at the same time, so I'm not scrolling all the way up and coming back down, because that was like too much. So that's what took so long, because in addition to copy and paste, I was also handwriting to kind of etch it in my mind as well. Burn up, perching bird, you know, what definitions made sense. Again, we had gone over this, the HNMS, and the Unicodes it has. AA1, N35, T34, G17, S29, A7, A1. Now, it had these two together in reverse order from what it had up here. And again, unidentifiable. Cool tools for N35 and the AA1. Coming from the Ancient Egyptian Dictionary, the AA1, the CH sound. You have the X here. And on pages 4 and 5, abex, to unite, mix, link arms, join a god. The N35, we already spoke about that, dealing with that water sign. It also spoke about flood, but see, this is the last of the group, not by itself. T34, the goddess had previously stated, and that double, what looks like double M's, which they have it as NM. The Akul tool, dealing with the knife, and the dynasties, where we also see what was described previously by the goddess, where that 3 looked like a dash above it or what have you. Now the T34 in them, development or complexion, who uses the sky, also has slaughterhouse or who, dwarf, to go wrong of plans, to rob with, steal with. But again, it's not singling out that T34. The G17 was a M, a duplicate, so I didn't bring that forth. S29, that as the S, and we see the various stages of that in the database. Category fabric, and like you say, with a grain of salt. When it comes down to the Ancient Egyptian Dictionary, viscera, dealing with the internal organs, but also falsehood.
Okay.
AMS. And we see that tool right there, or the glyph right there. A7, HMS, which we see the form which we were speaking about before, male and female. And they had other words down there. I just pulled the HMS up. Wait a minute, let me get my writing up here. The Akutul, men and anthropomorphic gods, sitting or standing without attribute. Ancient Egyptian Dictionary, unwearying for A7. Unwearying stars. A1 Unicode also pulled up the letter I, which you see the form of the figure, and you also see the iradogram. Aku, men and anthropomorphic gods sitting or standing, as we stated. They have it as 2 men. For Ancient Egyptian Dictionary, pulled out Ahuti, cultivator, also family. I had it written down. Hold on. Erpu. Praise the law. And we again, that I came up with the same as my Moorish kin did. Septi, which was not in line with that R, symbolic of the mouth, which it has here in the Ku tool. And this one, when I looked further, that was mouth with teeth. Alrighty then. But I also said that was similar to the eye or the circle with the dot, So that was just a note to myself. Dealing with the Ancient Egyptian Dictionary, Hepedi, open mouth, and you see this septi again. Z1, I found it in numerals for number 1. It also had it as a dash and a coup, which you see the couple dynasties there. Ancient Egyptian Dictionary, At, You see striking power, moment, instant time. But again, these are at the end of the Unicodes. I didn't see a single one. The Q3 for the P in the database. You see that square. The Q tool is saying it's furniture or stool as the description. The Q3, as far as the ancient Egyptian dictionary, Pertem Awi, windy sky. They have the P up here. And then pulling it out, it's got swine, pigs, duck, bird, or to rush forward. Now, again, I'm using, some of these definitions for when we get to the end of the line. V1, they have it as ST or SNT. If you see the longer version, they had that as numeral 100. A coup tool, roll of cord or rope or string. In the ancient Egyptian dictionary, I am bind to sacrifice, Adepti, Ibiwu, into, fetter. This next line, Arbu Nebi. That D25 was a duplicate. It has also D58, V1, and V30. D58, that's that B. You see the boot there. A cool tool for D58, saying the leg. Ancient Egyptian dictionary. Abeti, oppression. They also have ab, to tarry or to stray, avoid or cease, according to ancient Egyptian dictionary. I also pulled up family, desire or wish for, be delighted. V1 was a duplicate, dealing with this symbol. The V30, Nebi, we see here, according to the database, a cool tool describes it as a basket. The dictionary, Nebi Ankh's, Lord of Life. Sarcophagus, where we see the V30 Unicode in front. Bu Nebi, everyone. This next symbol, Ak, G35 Unicode, reflecting the same, A and K. Aku, copepods. I had to look that up. Okay, what kind of a bird is this? Which this symbol, they're comparing it with this hieratogram. Now for this G35, K and Q sound shifting. So we have inner charge, come in, to enter into, intimate friend, friends, provisions or food. But we see that the G35 is the first in that series of Unicodes. This K. Now, Aku says land, dune or hill. He is the old kingdom reflections, 5th and 6th dynasty. We see Q like a backwards K, which we said about the sound shifting. And this N29, Ak, perish, come to grief, ruin, and misfortune. I have down here a star, but the N29 Unicode is not in first position, though. This is a determinative, D54, the legs walking thing. See that going one way and going the other direction. They have it listed as a determinative. Aku states these are legs, stride position going forward. It's what is reflected in the 6th, 9th, and 10th dynasties. The dictionary, to tarry, stray, avoid, or cease. Abu, cessation, which is also to cease. Now this one, again, these are the tail end Unicodes, to rush forward. Apadu, Pardon itself. Still striving in that. This one here, the dot and the K, and then it's an ak. A kiki. We see this in the database, molar database. It's listed as a basket or handle basket, also category of ropes and fibers. You see the hieroglyphs here. The dictionary, ak, be bent of elbow, akir, the earth gods dealing with divinity. Akaru, earth gods. Now this J and M, and we know that sound shifting of I, Y, and J. Again, we see this is the M, that's the I, Y, and J. This is the molar tool. See that read there? And that with that dealing with I, even though they have this as J, but again, sound shifting I, Y, and J. It's listed as the plant reed. These are the kingdoms and a clue, just a few of them. Dictionary has it either as I or Y, as far as the M17 Unicode. A moment, an instant, a time in general. These are not separated out. Nubian children. Oh, it didn't highlight that M17. Pardon self. Windy sky, viscera, and blanche. M duplicate again. G17 Unicode. The aha. Their D34 is the Unicode for that, which you see this and this line up, and what they are trying to say is what this hierogram is, and they're saying the same thing. Aha. So that matches up. D34, they're talking about arms or parts of the human body or with shield and weapon. These are the dynasties as far as what that looked like at that period of time. Dictionary reflects aha, to fight, weapons of war. Look at go to war, take care, or be wary of. Okay, with these in the first position as far as the Unicode is concerned. Again, while we have this Unicode G1, which they're saying is A, that's that symbol. Egyptian vulture, birds of prey. The fifth dynasties, what that looked like. Dictionary reflects that as A. Vulture, bird in general. Striking power again, moment and an instant in time. We see this is under the Unicode is the first position. They're listing this as a determinative, the Unicode's X1 and A24. Which this does now you could possibly see some person with a stick in this aspect, but that's these are stretches, as our National Assistant Grade Sheik was speaking about. At X1 and A24, they're saying T. Okay, dealing with this, and now they have several versions. Which this is talking about the .T. And the determinative. And you see they're trying to carry this one through. There's a man with the stick degree. The X1 Unicode, bread and cakes or round bread. The dynasties that reflect that. Here we go. We got the men and anthropomorphic gods sitting or standing with a cane. The dynasties reflected there. The dictionary for X1, it has it as a T, which we saw. Striking power again. Mound of ruins, Atta, Nubian chieftain. A24, are we to extend, present, announce, arouse, to lay hands on. We see this is a duplicate G17 again. The Unicodes X1, V31, N35, D54, all of these were duplicates. They have this as determinatives. Tekun, this G17, we recognize that again. They have as M for G17. Now this one, N41, is the Hamen or Hama. This is it in the database of molar. Sky, earth, or water category. Water or well. Now, I wasn't really familiar with that one. And this is reflected in the 6th, 9th, and 10th dynasties. The dictionary has both of these Unicodes in the middle. Erie, Hamu, helmsman, or a miss, attendant. Got another determinative here, up here. X1, B1, Z2. See, they've got a T and then a determinative plural marker. You see these 3 markers here, which, again, we see this stretch. The X1 is a duplicate T, the B1 and the Z2. You see that figure there, which they have as I. The Z2, which I'm looking at units or numbering system. And we see that reflected there. Women and anthropomorphic goddesses seated without attributes, sitting or squatting. The dynasties. Now for the Z2, I did not find any hits in the coup tool. But when I went to the dictionary, they had Amet, Asiatic woman, Asa, multitude of persons, family, Abet, length of space. So that was interesting. Now, when it came down to the transliteration, in Hemis, Pu, Boot, Nebet, Ak, Ket, Ahat, Mu, Tekin, Mu, Hamut. Now I transliterated it to in due time, make inspection, to know of or the direction of, to unite, join God as a consequence of, development of, traverse or travel, to make an inspection for falsehood, unwearying stars, cultivate one's family. So in essence, keep it above the neck. Erpu, an open mouth, has striking power in an instant. In essence, it can develop into a mound of ruins. If you rush forward, definitely fetter or bind the sacrifice. In essence, guard your mouth in your speech. That's what I got from that. Rabu Nebi, one's mouth can bring oppression or scorch your family. Cessation or cease. Be about the lords of life. Ak, enter and be noticed. Friends. Ak, avoid and cease, rushing forward. What's that? Aki, seek God within you. That's where I got from the earth gods. Time in general is but a moment. Ahat, be wary of weapons of war or fighting. Mu, striking power in an instant. Teken, determinative, and Hamut, attendant, like in essence, attendant to the higher consciousness, and that brings about gifts or treasures within the family or the nation. So that's my measure. Gratitude.
That's what I'm talking about. Praise be to Allah, Islamism without the schism. And that's powerful, Grand National Secretary of the State. You are most definitely advanced as a scribe. And you seen that, family. She showed you, a lot of the things. She showed you the corrections and the incorrections, so to speak, that needed to be made and brought to your attention, so to speak. Everything that was incorrect, she showed it to you and she corrected it. And I want to show our family something, just dealing with the methodology, taking us further. And it's going to tie into what you had already placed up here as well, Grand National Secretary of the State, but also adding other drawings in it. So this is what I did. I actually, let me see, I might have to put one piece of paper behind it so it don't go transparent. I ended up, let me blow this up on my end too. I ended up basically copying this stuff off letter, and you can see I did by hand, letter by letter, right? I transliterated each one of these letters, letter by letter. And this is where I begin to find the errors in certain things here. I'm going to show you my PowerPoint measure I put together too. And this is going across. And a lot of the stuff you have was similar, but there were certain things in here, like I say, that were not good. And this is that actual transliteration right here, you know, dealing with the actual words. Now, I transliterated the determinatives, indicators, but in most cases, they'll say, well, you don't really have to use that. But I did for the sake of just putting it in there. In certain places, you see me put lines under certain things. I was pointing out a lot of determinatives. Some places I didn't put it in there, but like that word medjet, you know, that's actually a determinant. I'm going to point it out in a second. And I'm finna make the comparison to the document. Now, in this particular work, dealing with the teachings of Tahotep, the portion that we dealing with will be actually around the portion of 18. This is like the 18th paragraph. It says, if you want friendship to endure in the house that you enter, the house of master, the house of a brother or friend, it says, then in whatever you place, it says you enter, beware of approaching the women there. Unhappy is the place where this is done. Unwelcome is he who intrudes on them. 1,000 men are turned away from their good because of a short moment. That is like a dream, and a moment is followed by death. That comes from having that known dream. And see, I can see all this tied in, and even in the way that you brought forth Grand Secretary of the State. Only difference is the choice of what he chose to translate what he translated. You know, like we can see when you were speaking of the time, you know, and how you using that, and it's basically mentioned that here when it spoke on you know, a short moment, so to speak. You know, one can basically be turned away from good. Also the drawing in regards to dealing with the stars, which I can see here when it was speaking of, you know, like a dream, and the moment followed by death, which I seen about the war and the weapons that you were speaking of, right? It says, anyone who encourages you to take advantage of the situation and gives you poor advice. You know, and I heard you talking about listening to the higher self. You know, this person interpreted as certain about somebody falling victim to poor advice, so to speak. So if you don't listen to the higher self, you know, using that translation of yours, then you're going to be a victim of what somebody else told you. It says, when you go to do it, your heart says no. And if you are the one who fails through the lust of women, it says, then no affair of yours can prosper. So a lot of this, the reason why they were saying about the woman, they saying that many of us can be taken off the path by allurements, you know, of the physical. And this go back to the harlot mindset, and this can go back to what you were dealing with too, Grand Secretary of the State, when you was talking about guarding against that lower self or those lower thought patterns, because that's the harlot mentality. If you want to put it in the context of what they tried to label this as dealing with the expression of the woman, like we say, we didn't really deal with the top of the transliteration of the first few lines. I didn't. The ones that's up there in the corner, because they really just dealt with the title of the chapter, so to speak, in the essence. But I'm gonna show you what I have here now. You know, so this is based on the eye of the beholder when it comes to the transliteration process. I'm gonna show you what I did, you know, here. And I still got to go through it and finish, because I spent more time correcting the document than doing all of it. I did finish everything I need to finish to bring some clarity to our family. You know, it's just certain things I point out. Like, for example, right here, this is what I did. So I took up this special portion. I started out with this first portion here. Hold up, that ain't the first slide. This is the first slide right here, which is sway out. That's actually the word, but I put medjet in there. Now, medjet actually represents this particular measure here. This is what's coming behind what's being read here. Obviously, this is the letter. Let me blow it up a little bit more too here. This would be the letter S, right? This letter S was basically transcribed by the European Egyptologists into this symbol. You know, the little cane looking symbol. This symbol, which would be the letter W, you see, was also transcribed into this particular lasso or noose-like demonstration. You know, that they're trying to make this up here. This particular letter, A, you know, they transcribe into being this particular hawk. This symbol, you know, in the hieratogram, they transcribe, and this is actually representing the letter H. So that's Swa, right? And then AH, that's AH. So that's SWAH. That's Swa, right? And that's basically the ending of the word. This here was just another determinative, which represented the letter H again. Don't know why they put that in there twice. But then they followed this up with this special measure here, and see it right there. So that's, they transcribed this into this letter here in hieratic to this second here. They transcribed into this. The letter one here dealing with A, they transcribed there, you know, and then this particular measure here, you know, they transcribed from here. So again, you had the determinative, they transcribed that into this twisted rope, as they like to call it. We call it DNA helix. But anyway, in this last piece was supposed to be what they call the you know, the scroll. You know, so technically, if I were to look at this together, even though they normally say, okay, well, you don't have to use the determinative, it will just be SWAT. But if I added, you know, this is special measure to it, you know, this would actually deal with a whole nother measure when you go into the definition. So you see the Unicode they have here, and I went through and I vetted each and every one of these. I'm gonna show you that in a minute as well. You know, as we go through here, it says make to endure, to last, right? It says make to stay in house, right? Lengthen life, last long. So what I did is I went to our Moorish Holy Quran and went through each surah, you know, by plugging them in the actual Moorish Holy Quran, like the word endure in our Moorish Holy Quran, you know, in the section, and then it brought up the definition. So I went through each chapter and I pulled the definition out that corresponded to this word, thus making this Kemetic word give definition according to our Moorish Holy Quran. So to make, endure, to last long, stay strong, you know, in the house, lengthen of life, last home. You know, later I end up probably putting the actual chapters I come up out of, but I can tell you this chapter 1. I can tell you this chapter 1. You know, then you keep going. So it's infinite, everlasting life of the past unto the never ending days to come. They correspond with this definition. Everlasting retribution, everlasting life, everlasting gospel also correspond to this root when we deal with enduring. Everlasting, a seed of everlasting life, boundless power, boundless space, a vast estate, a long, long time, tarry longer, long ago. All of these, you know, definitions were coming from our Moorish Holy Quran. So thus, when I began to transliterate my version of it, it will be transliterated based on words coming from our Moorish Holy Quran. You see, that's what I was doing. That's a methodology being created. So just as I was able to do that here, I went on to the next word, and I came here as well. And you can see, as we all spoke and agreed upon this, I actually made more clarity with this. And let me do this too, because I was meaning to do this. I said I was going to show our people these things here. I actually had this here. So this is the letter S. Now look at this is what's being transliterated. This is the actual section of the papyri of Prisse that we actually dealing with. We transliterated this whole papyri, and I knew, because this is advanced. Y'all don't know, but this stuff take time to do. You know what I mean? You don't just do this stuff overnight. Now we become more knowledgeable. We can identify with more letters as a result, and we becoming more refined. Nobody has ever taught what we're teaching now. So the only place you can learn this from is us right now, because ain't nobody want to do it. They feel like it's too strenuous. You know, it's a waste of time. In other words, a lot of them just lazy. The one they claiming they super scholars in Kemet. But we willing to demonstrate. And so I push my scribes today. Even though I would normally say take, you know, one particular portion out of here. You know, I push the family because I know that this is what's going to make us greater. And look at my Grand Secretary of the State. She transliterated basically the whole Papyrus, you know, dealing with this particular session. Praise be to Allah. You know what I mean? You got to be willing to put the work in. You know, if you don't even want to do a line, though, you know, you're going to be burned up as we continue to move on. You see? So when we deal with all of this Papyrus right here, that's why we did it, so that we can see the possibilities in ourselves. Now, my Grand Secretary of the State knows she can transliterate a whole paragraph, which is a lot, family, in 1 week. She can do that. You see what I'm saying? And it's going to get greater as she continue to move along, as she becomes immersed and we become immersed together in this. You see what I'm saying? And I did the same thing, but I left my transliteration in the breakdown. I'm going to show you in a minute, you know, on how we did it. You know, I just want to show you how we went letter for letter. So this was the letter S that I showed you. You see? This is the letter W that I showed you. This is letter A, letter H, and these are your determinants here. SWAT. You see? This is without going there. Now, let me go back again. I just showed it to you a few minutes ago, but we're going to go to it again so you can see that's the section. I put the newer look to it by going into our Kutu. That took a little time too to adopt these things so that you can see them clearer. Because when we go back to the document, this section here, when they crop it out, you know, it's kind of hard to make it out the way they did. I'm going to show you. See, this is line 2 right here. If you look in the corner, that's line 2, right? And remember, that has to do with everlasting, to endure, and so forth and so on. So I started here. This is at the beginning. That's the S. You see the molar. Their number is 432. Gardenia, that's S29. You see, the more we go through this, we're going to learn the Unicode and the letters. So we can see that they transcribed again the hieratograms. You know, this is the original hieratic letter that was transcribed by the European into, you know, this is special lasso-like symbol or rope symbol, whatever you want to call it, noose, whatever they thought they had going on, you see? And so this is the Y, the W. See, that's SW, and there's the A again. This is the original hieratic A that they transcribed into this symbol. This is the original source, family, not this. Don't get it twisted. So we're not teaching you pictorials. We're telling you what the European changed these things into. So we got the Unicode here, 524 GA, and that's Gardenia, molar, Gardenia, that's V4. So both of them have different codes based on the list you're going in. So then you had 192, and this is very important as well that you understand, you know, these things, because they're going to always guide you back to where you need to be. But I'm going to show you some corrections I had to make in here as well. So now, if you come down here, that's the letter H that I showed you a few minutes ago in Sweat. You see? And then this is the determinative, just like I told you. And like I said, I don't know why, but they put two determinatives back to back. You know, because this is a H. This is just another H here. You know, in the way they're trying to express this. Normally, the determinative express the whole of what the word is stating. You see? But that's a whole nother measure. So in all, it's sweat, just like I said it was. You see? So when you go back over here to what I transliterated from the hieratic, sweat. You see? And I put majet there. So actually, I would equate, if I was trying to make this into a statement, even though you normally wouldn't use the determinative, this determinative is the scroll here. What does the scroll represent? It's a teaching instrument. The scroll is what Papyrus was completed in its writing upon. You see? So if this word represents everlasting and this is the scroll, we would probably say, well, everlasting scroll, right? And this is just a bonus as I'm going into this. But no, when I go through my definitions that I extracted from the circle 7, it wouldn't be everlasting scroll. It would actually be everlasting gospel. So this particular phraseology that's being demonstrated here, in Swat and Majet would be everlasting scroll, which would equate to everlasting gospel. You see? Now, if I was just looking at the word in general, meaning to make, endure, to last, to make, stay in a house, lengthen life, last long, we can see all these other definitions, because surely, sway a meaning to endure and stay, for a long time, infinite would come to mind. Everlasting of the past and never in the days to come. That's a long time. Everlasting life. See? Lengthen life. You see? And I just did the everlasting gospel and show you where I got that from. We ain't got to go there. A seed of everlasting life. You see? That's another measure. Boundless power. When something is boundless in power, that's infinite power. That's infinite jurisdiction. Boundless space. No limitations. All that's dealing with the duration of what we call endurance. Matter of fact, we can even get up into the tribe of endurance. But the vast estate, that has to do with endurance. A long time, tarry longer, long ago. When we say, honor thy mother and thy father, that their days may be long upon the earth. Swa'ah. You see? Swa'ah. That's what that would represent. Now, see, like I said, you ain't going to get these lessons nowhere else. We demonstrating it over here. And it didn't take us long to get here. But we're going to be greater by the end of this year. I can promise you. We're going to be way better than where we at now. And we knowing as we grow. So here we have it again. Kunims. I actually spelled it out. And it actually was a whole word. Let me show you what this is in the document. After going through all of that, you see it right here. That's your H. This would be your N in hieratic. This is what they transcribe it into. This is actually a K. It's a kunum sound. How did I know this? Because of the dash up under the bottom that looks like an arrow. Anytime you see that, that represents more like a hard H, which goes into the form of a K. You will see this in the Hebrew and the Arabic language as well. That carries over even in their language. So this is the true alphabet. This is what they call artificial alphabet. It's not the true alphabet. They actually hid the true alphabet up under these symbols, because now you're looking for symbols instead of hieratic. The Moorish American government is the first among our people to bring you the actual language of the ancient Egyptians and teach it to you. None of those people you've been looking at in social media have done this. And that's not a strike against them. We just saying we willing to do what ain't nobody else willing to do. So Mola again, here you have his number 574, also 331, and then you have Gardeniers as well. And the AA1, our sister Curta Bay went over that. We went over it together. We actually went over this whole thing together. This is the heratogram. This is the transcription where they reverse engineered the heratogram into this picture. You can see they don't look nothing alike, family. So they were reaching, like our Grand Secretary of State. They made this an owl. You see, this again is the heratogram, and this is a very important correction here. Because when I show you what was done by this person, that's actually, they got a lot of these things correct in their sound, and they didn't give a definition to them, but they're just showing you the transliterations beside them. But it's certain things they didn't transliterate right. Because notice they saying right here, this is the letter M now. And I want y'all to keep this in mind as we move along. Remember, they said this is the letter M. And we mostly accept, this, we know this is the M. This is the transcription. This is, the remix right here. But it's always been this sign that it corresponded with. But we're going to show you what's done in a few minutes that's going to go beyond that. This is the last letter in that word, Kenemes, the S again. So again, all of those letters, from the KN, NM to the M and the S. This is what we came up with, in our transliteration. Kinemins. And see this X here, based on who translated the dictionary, and this is the ancient Egyptian dictionary. This dictionary placed the X there, but it's still saying the same thing. In order for you to know of this type of stuff, family, you have to know what sound shifting is. And when I say this, people like sound shifting, what are you talking about? They think it's funny. They think we're making this stuff up. Well, I'm going to show you what a sound shift is. So this still would be kinemins. You see, what is the definition of this word? It means to be friendly with or friendship. You see? And this is the pictogram they use, the same ones I just showed you a few minutes ago that they like to call hieroglyphics. We call them anaglyphs. Now, I'm going to stop sharing this for a second and show you what sound shifting is. And and y'all got to buy these things too, family. And once you do this, you'll know exactly how to go through this. And we have lessons on this, breaking all of this down. You see? Let me show you here. And honors to our sister Niambi. Honors to the goddess and queens, Unscrambled Mind. They got a little platform. We're going to demonstrate on their platform too very soon, probably next week sometime. Because they've been supporting us as we go into the Sultanate channel and honoring what we do and represent. Even outside of that, they've been coming over here. So let me show you the sound shifting. This is coming from the book written by Mustafa Gadala, who is way more than qualified, family. He's a native-born Egyptian. So a lot of my sources are from those that deal with either our people, but it definitely ain't no European I'm over here promoting. And he whooping the European. In these books, I got all his books, a lot of them. But this is called the Universal Writing Modes. One of the most best books when it comes to letting you know, the different applications of the alphabet system that our ancestors demonstrated. Let me open this up wide so y'all can see it. So this is sound shifting right here, family. You see how that letter G goes into the letter K and then to the letter X and GH and G? That means it can go through all of those levels. K, H, K, and KH, they're interchangeable, like the letter T, TH. You see that? And DH, because D is interchangeable with T. If you don't know this stuff, this is why you see people change the word and tell you that the word Adam is a corruption of Autumn, because the D is interchangeable with the T, and the vowel A is interchangeable with the one of U. You see, because there are no vowels in the old languages. That's just like markers that people place in later. So just like the letter P, which is interchangeable with F, which is often pronounced as a PH, and I actually had to do that. I had to correct something in my translation. I'm going to show it to you in a second. That's also interchangeable with BH. So this is sound shifting, family. Like M and N is interchangeable. M and B is interchangeable. So I can see what a person messed up, what they messed up, but I had to correct them. B and V is interchangeable. D and T, K and C. That's why in Champollion's chart, you see him put A, B, K, D. He changed the C because that's in the Coptic language. So that's the Abjad sequence, ABGD, ABKD, and it became ABCD to us in this alphabet that we have. See, F and P, R and L, R and L is interchangeable with each other. So when you see Ara, if you change that R to L in Kemetic, it's Allah. You see, we don't make this stuff up, family. Like our brother Jeremiah Judah would say, I can teach you, but I can't make you understand it. You know what I mean? So all of these are sound shifting, family. So when you hear me say that, that's what I'm referring to. So to be a real linguist, You got to have all of this stuff, and we growing together. And if y'all keeps tuning in, y'all gonna grow with us, and ain't nobody gonna be able to deceive y'all. Because we're not saying that the pictures that they are calling hieroglyphs wasn't created by our ancestors. We saying that the European came up with their own version based off of those symbols, and they came up with the remix. You see? And they didn't do no different than the Hebrews when they came up with what they call Proto-Sinaitic. I'm gonna show that to you real quick. Everything we say, we can show you, because you have to know these things, because I don't want to just be talking over your head, family. You know, I want you to know exactly what we're saying, and that way you don't think that we sounding crazy. Because some of our people, rather than admitting that they don't know, they think you crazy because you teaching them something they don't know. They ain't never heard of. This is Proto-Sinaitic. These pictures were taken by the Hebrews from, you know, certain pictorial expressions on the temple. They created an alphabet. Our ancestors didn't. But these pictures, same pictures that's used as hieroglyphs by these Europeans, they don't mean the same thing. See, like this is N instead of the letter R. In the European breakdown, they saying this is the letter R, but it don't represent the letter R in the Proto-Sinaitic. Like this here, this is N, you know, to the people, but this is M to the people in Proto-Sinaitic, you know, to their Hebrew breakdown of it. You see what I'm saying? Here's a chart that's actually putting them beside each other. Let me go into this, so y'all can see what I say when I say that they actually adopted. Here it go right here. Good copy too. Praise be to Allah. So this is Proto-Hebrew. See that right there? They took that from the Egyptian hieroglyphs. They didn't take it from Egyptian alphabet. They took it off of the pyramids, off of the walls, because they were actually working in the temple of Dendera. So this head of the cow comes from that area in Sinai. That's where Moses got the 10 Commandments from. I can show you that place right now. See, our brother Sheikh Antidiop, he would tell you in research, in order for you to prove what you're saying, you got to show it in the archaeological record. You got to show it on the linguistic level, you know, and you know, all the aspects. So I'm showing you right now in the archaeological record and linguistically is what I'm explaining to you. So you ask me, well, what is this, you know, Proto-Sinaitic you talking about? And where did it come from? I'm going to show you. It's called now Scribe al-Qadim, right? So when you heard us reading about the 10 Commandments in the Book of Fire, you know, when they was reading and talking about the laws of Ma'at and all of that right there, this is Scribe al-Qadim, which is known as Mount Sinai. As you can see, it's still pillars that's over there in the ground as we speak. But it's something you ain't seen yet. I'm finna really blow your mind if you ain't really paid attention to this here. Look at what's on those particular measures over there. This ain't in Egypt now. This is the Sinai Peninsula where the Canaanites went. So if Moses went up in this area in Mount Sinai, you see this stuff is all over that place. And they say he got his 42 laws from here. We see some broken tablets down there too. They say Moses broke some tablets. But we see a whole bunch of broken tablets. We don't know if Moses broke them. You know, as far as dealing with that, we know what the story tells us in the Piscean records. But we see broken tablets all over this place in Mount Sinai with metal letter wrote on them. And this is not Kemet. This is where Proto-Sinaitic alphabet was said to be found. So now when we go back over here, now making it plain, family, you understand what's being broke down. This would be the symbol of the house. So this is really a floor plan is what they call it in a lot of gardenia sign lists here. But that was adopted in the Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite. That was adopted. All these, this is really Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite, even though they put in Middle Egyptian exemplar. The Egyptian alphabet is not this way, family. is the way that Ptolemies try to put their demonstration, and they really copied it from this Canaanite alphabet. That's where they come up with the idea from. That's why also a lot of the words in E. Wallace Bud's dictionary, you'll see them corresponding them with Hebrew words, Arabic words, Syriac words, Akkadian words. They had all types of dictionaries, you know, where they were adding words. And if you go into what we call strong words, you will find that a lot of those words correspond, you know, on a one-for-one with each other. You know, there are certain words in Egyptian language carried over into the Hebrew and the Arabic language. You see what I'm saying? Minus doubt or contradiction. So this is the alphabet in action, or alphabet chart of the Canaanites. You think it's a game? We're going to hit you with one more demonstration right here in the Piscean record. For those who think it's a game, right? Isaiah 19. You know, when he punished the Egyptians and he said he was going to bring them out. But what they fail to realize is right here, he told them where it is. Right here. Let me make it a little smaller. There you go, right there. After he said that he was going to punish Egypt and he was going to heal Egypt, he said, in that day, he said, shall 5 cities in the land of Egypt speak the language of Canaan and swear to the Lord of hosts, one shall be called the city of destruction. So by the time, you know, the Canaanites' exodus come on the manifest, this alphabet had basically already been created in the midst of them being there. And they took that language, you know, over into the same area, you know, that they were supposed to call a promised land. Right there. So Robert Al-Qadim, you know. So it says, in that day, there shall be an altar to the Lord in the midst of the land of Egypt. The only altar that you know that has been raised in Egypt is the pyramid. You see? And a pillar at the border thereof to the Lord. And that's the obelisk. You see? Pyramid and obelisk is what's being referred to here. And it shall be for a sign and a witness unto the Lord of hosts in the land of Egypt. For they shall cry unto the Lord because of the oppressors, and he shall send them a savior, a great one, and he shall deliver them. Now, this wasn't talking about Moses. Moses wasn't sent to deliver the Egyptians. So who is this savior that would be sent to the Egyptians? They be talking about is Alexander the Greek. I beg to differ. Because them the same people went in there in 332 and tore it up. How you going to save something and tear it up at the same time? You know, the real savior to me was Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Because he brought us these teachings back, and now I'm able to bring them to you in clarity. Because he was initiated in them pyramids over there. We got the evidence of that too. But it says, and the Lord shall be known to Egypt, and the Egyptians shall know the Lord in the day. So they all don't think, no, that's the Israelite. No, this is talking about the Egyptians. The Lord shall be known to Egypt and the Egyptians, who was a mixed multitude as well by that time, shall know the Lord in that day and shall do sacrifice and oblation. Yeah, they shall vow a vow to the Lord and perform it. So this is what I try to tell our family when we bridge the gap between the Israelites and the Egyptians. You see that the pharaohs that was oppressing the Kemites was the cruel rulers that's spoken of in these earlier verses up here that I didn't read, that the Most High allowed to come down on them, because a lot of time people get out of hand, the Most High chastise them, and slavery is a divine issue. I'm going to put it that way. So what I have revealed to you is both that the Egyptians and the Israelites was being enslaved along with the Assyrians at the same time under a cruel ruler. And he came in during the time of after Joseph died. That's why they say then a Pharaoh came up whom Joseph didn't know. This is when the Hyksos began to come into Egypt. So by the time Moses was there, you know, the Hyksos was ruling at that time. They were the ones that were enslaving the Israelites, Assyrians, and Egyptians. And this was all according to the plan of the Most High, according to Isaiah 19. So when y'all be fighting each other, talking about, you know, the Egyptians enslaved us, make it right, family. It was the Hyksos, it was the Hyksos that enslaved all of them. This is what the book said. Don't accept one part of the Bible and reject the other. Look, this is where we close it out. It says, and the Lord shall be known to Egypt, and the Egyptians shall know the Lord in that day, and shall do sacrifice and oblation, and they shall vow a vow unto the Lord and perform it, and the Lord shall smite Egypt. Smite and heal it. See, that's the part they don't want to tell you about. They want to say they were smitten, but they won't tell you that the Most High actually brought them out of that state, just like He's doing us right now. This is the new Egypt. And they shall return even unto the Lord. He shall be entreated of them and shall heal them. Who y'all think the United States government think they is? Wouldn't they be the Hyksos rulers to all of us right now? So if we ought to be healed, then we'll be the original, Kemites coming up out this demonstration, wouldn't we? And then that would also be our Israelite family and those who say that they come through the teachings of Assyria, which come through the line of Islamism and the Persians. If you want to symbolically bring that up to now into this day and time, it says, in that day there shall be a highway out of Egypt to Assyria, and Assyria shall come to Egypt, and the Egyptian into Assyria, and the Egyptians shall serve with the Assyrians. And in that day shall Israel be the third, not the first, but the third with Egypt and with Assyria, even a blessing in the midst of the land. If you think I just made that up when I say that Israel would be the third, that don't take nothing from them being the chosen. It says, whom the Lord of hosts shall bless, saying, blessed be Egypt, my people, and Assyria, the work of my hands, Israel, mine inheritance. So you Israelite brothers, Muslim brothers, Christians, whatever it is y'all say y'all believe over here, the Egyptians, native Egyptians, were not the ones who enslaved the Israelites. It was the Hyksos who usurped the throne. They enslaved the original native Egyptians and the Israelites, and it came all the way up in the Ptolemy. How do we know this? Because the Rosetta Stone was being written about those native Nubians that was trying to fight their way back into Kemet. And he put a decree out there against them, and he had a few sellout scribes that was scared of him. And you already know how that went. The same way it go right now when we got Judas goats and cutthroats amongst us today. You see, it don't get no plainer than that, family. You see? And so if you want to know who them Nubians is that we talking about, all you got to do is go look it up. These are the original inhabitants of Kemet right here. And these were the one that were trying to get back in there that Ptolemy was calling rebels. Same people that wear the same attire that our prophet wore, with that feather in that headdress and that body sash on. Yeah, them my ancestors. See, this is what they don't show you. So when you go through there, now you understand the people they call Tasseti, the original Nubians, people of the Sudan, or some people like to call them Ethiopia, Abyssinians. They got all type of names they call them. But them our people right there, family. It don't get no plainer than that. So as I go through briefly to finish off this last little bit here in the breakdown, this name here, which was Kenemes again, means to be friendly with, a friendship. So what I did, I typed that name friendship into our Moorish Holy Quran document and brought up every definition dealing with it, and I extracted them out of there. So friendly would be friendship, and this in the Moorish Holy Quran, chapter by chapter, I had it is a friend who, the friendship of, friends A, his friends, a friend of, his friend, the friends of, thy friend, thy companion in life, the wife of thy bosom, a friend to mankind, friendly to thee, friendly admonition, with friendship, be a friend, friendship with the friends obtain, other friends. All of these are coming from different chapters in the Moorish Holy Quran until I exhausted every definition that I could find in relation to dealing with these words. So these words I will use to deal with my transliteration coming from what was stemmed from this particular word that was given to them by the Coptics. Because this didn't come from Champollion, E. Wallace Budge. All of these came from Coptic priests. All these people did is brought what Coptic priests gave them over here. But they tried to apply this transliteration to these pictures. And that's when they went wrong. The transliteration is the original source material. The source material is hieratic. You'll get it, family. Y'all will get it in due time. So when you say, how you able to get this and say commission or say Kepper or say that, because the word come from the hieratic language. You see? So anybody making an argument after that right there, they looking crazy. So anyway, the next word, this is where I told y'all I had to correct something. Because though there was some good transliteration, let me show you something here. So when we get to this particular area here, we see that the word kinemis is here, right? We see that we have hin, we also have nu, we see the hieroglyphs, we see how they transcribed them into the pictograms, you know, reverse engineered, right? And this is where the word ends, because we know the determinative comes as an indication that this is the end of the word that's being stated. So they have it here as M, and that's HN, that's a hard H, but it's not a KH, because that's just a line, not like an arrow up on it. You see the symbol there that they're trying to use. This is, they're saying Mehinu, right? Mehinu, Mahinue, or Mahinua, or Mehinu. We can just say that right there. Maybe it's just, you know, a W on there in the end of it just to be there. So what I corrected, family, they put this letter M here. This is not the M that's in the document. This is how we normally see M, right? Let me show you what's in the original papyri, the actual document. When we scroll back up here to the paragraph, this is the M. This is what they claiming as the M, but if you notice, they changed the sign, family. They changed the sign. This is not the same alphabet that the person that transcribed, you know, in their transliteration, you know, this is special measure. I want you to pay attention to these signs so you'll know where you're at. Remember, this was the end of the first line dealing with kinemis, right? You see the little tablet, the scroll icon, and look behind this right here. This is what they were showing as the headless cow, the hen. You see? Now I'm going to go down here and show you. Remember these two here. You know, let's look at this like two pieces of bread right now. This would be, you know, there was one slice, and this your peanut butter and jelly in the middle right here. I'm doing that so you can hold that in your mind as I go down through this. Here it is right here. There go your piece of bread right there, right? That's the other piece of bread. But that ain't even the same sign. So whoever was transcribing this, they changed the sign. And that sign up there don't mean what this sign means. How do we know this? That's G17 right there, right? This right here, let's go back up. They gonna find this same thing here. You're gonna find this in the G17 area, but you're gonna see it's not the same. This family is actually the letter W and the letter F together. So that would be a biliteral. This is the letter F, and this coming on to the F is the letter W. And so you might ask me, well, how you know that right there, brother? I'm finna show you right now. Watch this. So let's go to G17 real quick in our molar tool. So when I tell you we got to go back and retranslate this stuff, family, this is really serious, man. Because if you just believe what anybody tell you and go with our chairman just gave it to you in the book of fire. You know what I mean? He made it plain. See that right there? Now they putting this up here as an M here, right? And the only reason they're doing that right there is because that's what all other Egyptologists do. You see? Watch this. But if this is M, and this is supposed to be the owl, right? Watch this. They go to letter M right there. If this is the letter M that they put in the document, let me go back to it real quick so y'all can see it in comparison. Yeah, if they put that letter M in the document, and I want to go over here to it because I actually have it here too on the side. Let me see here. I got a couple of them in here. I want to make sure y'all get this here. This is actually in this same document in the bottom of my other slides. Just give me 1 second here. Let's see, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. That one, not that one, not that one. Okay, not that one. They got IM there. I could use that as an example, but I want to give you the actual M. I don't want to confuse you by having the other stuff there with it. Not that one. There we go, right there. They tell you that G17 is M. You see? And if G17 is M, and they have selected
This Dr. Shaheed, pardon yourself. Can that screen be made a little bit bigger?
Which one?
It's like an insert. The one that has the papyri warning about women.
Okay, yeah. Talking about the big. Can I make that one big? All the other one you could see, or is it just this part?
It's like defined in a smaller box, not like the whole screen.
It's on.
I know. Hold up, Brother Marvin Evans Bay. I know what you're talking about, Sister Curta Bay. You're talking about down here in the actual where I was showing here, the signs of them.
Yeah, but whatever it is you're presenting is still limited to the small box, not the entire full screen effect.
I got you. Okay, I see what you're saying. Let me do this here and go back and look and see if I got hold up. Here we go. Let me do this here. Okay, there we go, right there. And that right there should give us another drawing to be able to get it bigger. And just let me know if it made it bigger, Grand Secretary of State, when I go through it.
It's showing the panel where there you go.
Yeah, most definitely. Let me open it up first. And then once I get there, let me do this here real quick. I'm going to go back to the documents. And once y'all see it, just let me know if you can see this. Is it big now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Gratitude.
Okay, so gratitude. Islam, thank you for letting me know. Like I say, I can't see because all I'm looking at is in front of me. All I see is my PDF.
Right.
I don't see the screen. You know, anything that's going on behind me, I don't see it right now because I want to see this big in front of me. That way I can make clarity to it and point it out. So this is the letter M right here, family. You see that right there? This is G17. Now, where I was going is back to that papyri. See right here where I was talking about, I used the example. Let me go exactly to the spot. When I was talking about the bread and the peanut butter, these two signs here, I did that so y'all can mark where we were. They put a letter M here looking like this, but this is not the letter M that's used in the papyri. You see what I'm saying? It's actually, so what I did, I corrected that, family, because that is not the letter M. When you come over here and go into the molar tool, notice they didn't put anything here. They put M there, but they didn't put a determinative that's matching it. And I said last week that it was something wrong with that, and we found out what it is. So whoever transcribed in this papyri over here, in this, whoever did this, they inserted this into it. You see what I'm saying? So when you come back over here, this is the letter they inserted into it. The one I showed you, but this is the one that was there originally. And this is not M though. This is not M. This is F and W together. You see what I'm saying? So when we come over here, I'm gonna go here to my Aku tool, and I'll show y'all exactly what I'm talking about when I speak of the F and the W. Because I actually have all my signs out here because I was actually planning on doing some more things. See, this serpent, they like to try to say is an F. So family, when you look at this here, this is the letter F right here. See that? And the style in which they are using, see the letter F here? See it there? Let me blow it up a little bit. And they got many different expressions of what they call an F here. But the main expression of the F is here. It looked like basically a letter Y almost. When you look at it, like a Y that's driven to the side in a merging angle almost. But this is the letter F. And you see it has many shapes, and this is different dynasties this has been written in. That's why you see it looking different. These are all different dynasties. It has every dynasty here that these letters were written in. This is one more close to what I'm looking for. So now, when you see this, and let me show you the W. Now, what happened when you put that F and that W together? Because they got two different W's. This is one that actually flows off from the symbol to the F as well, but actually it's up here, I think. I just passed by it. This is the W right here. Now, look at this W. See this W? It looks like a F almost to a certain degree. Like when you look at it like this and they just separate it in certain times, like a F laying on its side or whatever. Look at this. Okay. Now look at this. This is very important that you see this. This is F here. I just showed you. You see that there? That's also another expression of W. But this is what I want you to pay attention to. The more we come up into time and look at the signs, they become more looking like that same symbol there, right? So this is dominating the F all the way up into the 12th dynasty. And you see it all over the place, right? All the way up into here. So this is why I'm saying, you know, and this would have been a mistake that was actually made by Moeller himself. You know, this would have been a mistake made by Moeller, but the other person, they was correcting it is what they was trying to do, which I did the same thing. I corrected it, but it wasn't in the original papyri. So if that symbol was in the papyri, you got to use what was in the papyri. You can't just replace it and put something else there because you changed the meaning. So that symbol, again, with this symbol here, when you fuse these two symbols together, that F I showed you with that, it becomes this symbol here. That's the F, but yet that is also the U or W, because U and W is the same. Now let me show you. We're going to go back and forth between it. I want to show it to you. I'm going to blow it up. Again, I want to make sure y'all get it so you can see it. This is F again here. You want to know how I know it's F? I'm going to show that to you in a minute too. See this portion here coming off? That's F. Now come back over here to the document. That's the top portion of the F, right? So now we know this is not an Egyptian alphabet in the form of being one single because it's 25 alphabets. This symbol is not featured in them. You know, so if we see this, then we know it's a biliteral or a triliteral. Like we know this is a biliteral. This is hen, this is HN, this is, you know, FW. But instead of me using F, I actually use PHW. Why did I do that? Because I sound shifted it into that. And so when I sound shifted it into that, this is what I came out with in the top of the document. And I'm going to go right back to that and show you, you know, again, so y'all have no Make no mistake about it. This is in the document. Other person took this out of the document and put the letter M in there because they seen that there needed to be a correction too. So where they have MKNU in this dictionary, it really should be P, right? HW. And so it would translate as Puhinu Winpir. You see? Puhinu Wapir. Puhinu Wapir. Hinu Wapir. And I just added the peer. That's actually, you know, the determinant. I really didn't have to put that in there, but I do that in my transliteration. You know, the transliteration is really Pu Hinu right here. And you can actually stop it, but this would be the end of it. This pier is the house here, is what they would transcribe this last piece into. This would be your, let me blow that up a little bit more. This is what they normally call a house. This represents pier. You see? But this would be W. I'm going to come from here. So this is PH, right? PHW, because that's the F or the P sound shift into the W. And then you have hen, nu, that's the N, nu, right? And the W. So that's puhenu instead of mhenu. And like I said, I didn't change this symbol. I kept the symbol the same. But when I go back over here to the document, let me show it to you again so our people get it. This is the letter that's in the document. See? So I used the letter that was in the document. I just transliterated it in its proper form. You know, and again, where did I get the PH and the W from? That's the F. I could have used F and W or FU, but I chose to use PHW because I felt that is the way to express it better in its transliteration. You know what I mean? So it's still the same. Whether I use FW or PHW, it still would have been, it would have been Fu, Hinu, Wapir. But you see, it actually changed the way I pronounce it based upon what I put in there. Pu, Fu. This is the dialectal difference in that. Just like we say shalom, salam. The only difference in the shalom and salam is a H is added in between. So in the Hebrew, say shalom or shalom. Islam is salam without the H. So this is the same type of principle. Pu or fu. But definitely this shouldn't be no M here like they have here. That's wrong, family. You know, once I did the research. And the reason why it's wrong, because it don't add up when you go into the tools that were put together in order for us to be able to search these things out. Because they actually ain't showing it as that. So when I show you again that letter M in its proper state, and I just showed it to you a few minutes ago, isolated, that M always come up in the form of dealing with the I, but they mixing stuff up together. So let me go back right here one more time here to show you. This is the Pu part or the F part. This is the W. And so let me come over here again to our tool, the Aku tool. That would be the Pu or the F portion that I'm talking about. And this, where is it? Here it is, right here. This is the W part of it. And you see it right here. Where is that? That bottom portion that comes off of it. Yeah, right here. This is actually the letter. And if you really look at this, if I would put a little line off to the side right there, that would be exactly it. But see that right there? That's definitely, you know, the W. How do I know that this is a W? I'm finna show it to you in a second. This here is the break off of that there. So it's certain things that had to be corrected in here. Now, so here it is. We know how to find this because this is G43. So G43 in the molar tool, and we just showed you how this F look. And what they did is these people had a problem with trying to make these pictures hieroglyphs. And they really messed everything up by doing that. Because it can't be 2 letters, because it ain't but 1 M that's representing this according to the European, you know, and that's this one down here. But they didn't even put the owl over here next to this symbol like you normally see it. I don't know if because they knew they had messed up, you know, or they was just messed up mentally. I don't know what they were thinking about, but I can tell you that ain't right. Just like I told you before I even found it in the document, I said it wasn't right before I started translating. So we're going to have to go through this, my scribes, us, and we're going to have to correct even this stuff. You see what I'm saying? This just goes to show that these people are not infallible. You know, they're subject to failure. You got to stop putting your faith in these people and fighting people because they're trying to correct them. All we doing is trying to correct what our ancestors taught. We ain't here to down Kemet, and we teach Kemet. See, that's again another set of M's, as they should be. And so the person who was transliterating this document, what they was doing is they was trying to replace what the mistake they made here. But you can't do that. You got to put what was actually here. If this is in the Prisse Papyrus, you got to translate it that way. But being that they probably didn't know what we know now, because you ain't going to find what we saying as we stated out unless you put that together like I just showed you. You ain't going to find the letter in there that way. He chose to say, all right, I'm going to make my correction and I'm going to put the letter M in here. But the letter M in that document is not there. It will be poor. So they wrongfully inserted this in here because that's not a part of the document. You see, we seen what you were trying to do, but you got to write the document like the document is. So, you know, that's the stuff, you know, that I found while doing this. So I did the same thing here, though, when I went through the definition, you know, which means within, at, or in the house of, you know, and so being that this is in the house of, you know, I went to our Moorish Holy Quran. I typed in the letters, you know, dealing with house, just house alone. And every chapter that dealt with house, I put it here. So one chapter had the measure where it says in the house, another chapter dealing with house ordained, house of, the house of, your house, his house, in her father's house, her home, to thy house, the mistress of thy house, the well in thy father's house. All this coming from the circle 7 now. The master of the house, find of the house. So now I have created our own words in our own lexicon to transliterate according to our teaching based upon the Kemetic word, just by doing that. See, all I did is took the Kemetic transliteration, reverse engineered it back into the hieratic letters, and now you have the actual hieratic here. And we exposing the European pictorial innovation at the same time. Ain't nobody out there teaching like this. And by default, you know, if one wanted to play with them individuals with Ptolemaic hieroglyphs, you know, we can go over there and look at that stuff and say, no, brother, you wrong when you say this and you wrong when you say that. Because though we don't use the pictorials because we know that they was put there to bury the language, it's still through the methodology we're using it, it's causing us to learn, you know, the truth of the matter. And also we can utilize the other matter to correct those who think they know. You know, so here's another measure I did here. A kek ref punu, and I used my pu there instead of putting the M there because I know that was the same issue with the first letter. You see, punu, punep, pardon self. And this is like to enter, come in, have entry. You see my Grand Secretary of the State pointing this out as well. You know, we also had to break these things down because some of these things wasn't together as words. And we put them together, you know, as they would be in the proper order, so to speak. So, you know, we got your you and your. I didn't really go into a lot of the prepositions and all that stuff right there. I was mainly dealing with the some people would say the meat of the measure. Then they had the R and the F actually not to be translated. That's because it couldn't be found. You see what I'm saying in that form? That's the M again, the G17. I didn't put the transliteration up because I got so caught up in trying to correct the other stuff. And I'm going to finish the rest of my documents and putting those transliterations in hieratic. You know, I went down here dealing with coming in and all of that, and I found in my Moorish Holy Quran, here it is. They entered, can enter, A stranger entered. He entered boldly. He entered, will enter, can enter, are entering. We enter. All who enter may enter in, ever entered, and to enter here. So I took that in our Moorish Holy Quran, in relation to dealing with enter, charge, come in, have the entry, set of the sun, go around, be noticed. All of that is special mention. Same thing with the word here. When we went into the word neb, which was the other word, Lord, the Lord, as the Lord, their Lord, thy Lord, our Lord. Here neb means Lord and Master. So I went into my Moorish Holy Quran, typed in the word Lord. I didn't type in the word Master, which I got to finish doing that, but, our owner and all of that right there. And that's how I build my lexicon up, based upon, these ancient hieratic words. You see, automatically by default, they tie it in. And then husband here is also used. So husband and Lord and Master was interchangeable with each other. We see that in the biblical text where they call Abraham, and different prophets, they would say Lord. Even in the Quran, certain people were referred to as Lord. You know what I mean? So that's husbandman, her husband, a husband. These are the three words that became a hit out of our Moorish Holy Quran. So just to give a brief example, looking at this original translation our brother was given here for himself, coming from line 18, if you want friendship to endure in the house, you enter, the house of the master, of a brother, of a friend. You can already see all of this stuff that we're talking about. When it says, if you want friendship to endure, this is where they got the word endure from. This is the sway portion, right? And this is the brother Asher Hiller's book that I have in my hand I'm reading from. Then when it says, if you want friendship to endure, we can see he placed friendship before the statement dealing with endurance, even though I'm seeing the word endure first. He made sense out of it by saying, if you want friendship, that's the way he put it together. You see what I'm saying? So that's why you see an endure and friendship with. So here I would select from our measure by me using our Moorish Holy Quran. I would say, okay, well, if I wanted to choose from one of these to translate, let's say from the everlasting past unto the never ending days to come, right? Then I would say, thy friend and thy companion in life, the wife of thy bosom. Because see, this is talking about the woman, right? And then I would go and make extra emphasis, the mistress of thy father, or the mistress of thy house, right? And then I would keep going using this right here. Can enter in, all who may enter in, they enter, whichever one I choose. That's how you translate. But I'm translating based on our Moorish Holy Quran as it has been linked up to the original language. So it becomes ours at this point. It's no longer, somebody else's interpretation. This is coming straight from the Moorish Holy Quran. And I ain't gonna go no further into doing all of that, but I did the same thing with all of these words. Imsin, sin we know means brother. So I went to the circle 7, the brotherhood, the brother, your brother, my brother, the sacred brotherhood, silent brotherhood, just showing all the different ways, exhausting all of the meanings, right? And then I didn't put anything here because that's just the letter M, even though that's in the transliteration that we have. I went here and I just redid this one because we had already done it. I just, represented this since the word showed up again, dealing with friendship again, Erpu. I didn't get a chance to put all the things here, and I didn't do it either because it was one of those prepositions, or, it really wasn't too much to be said about that, but Erpu, that's like just a transitional word. And then here we have Arbunep, Erbunep, which is same thing, like so that, until, according as, indicates, futurity, everyone. Not too much really to be stressed about that, even though I will go back and end up putting the transliterations up there too. like I say, I got so caught up in trying to correct these things to where I ended up burning a lot of time. You know, I actually want to put the formulas in here too as well. You know, meaning the pictorial anaglyphs. I'm gonna add them to it as well. I'm gonna do all that just on my own time. So this is Akekiref, you know, which is actually again the same thing that we seen earlier. This just I just reposted what was already there. This is again another transitional word, you or yours. So I didn't really go into all of that. That's just dealing with the letter K. You know, not much to be said about that. You know, then we have here M, which is therein, therewith, therefore. I went to the Moorish Holy Quran again, you know, and demonstrated that, you know, because therein, hidden therein, unrivaled therein, you know, and I just did this the whole way, like aha, which our Grand National Secretary was talking about the weapons of war, where in this definition here says it means to fight, even though that definition in the dictionary said weapons of war. Okay, well, this is what they doing with the weapons of the war. Aha is actually the name of the first cartouche that they will find in the form of what they call a Shinu or Pharaoh, you know, in Zero Dynasty. Aha. Aha has also been connected, you know, to you know, Allah. You know, that's crazy. So, you know, if you really go into the essence of it, and Aha, you know, our brother Shaka almost on Sadnetta channel, we say, Aha, you know, this is the God of war. You know what I mean? So we see the connection between the breakdown, you know, of that thing he was demonstrating with the actual first Pharaoh in the dynasty. It makes sense because if you were the first one in Zero Dynasty and everybody was savage around you, you might have had to do some fight. And that's possibly why they had the stick up there, not only with the weapon of war, because some people just didn't want to learn. You know, they were rambunctious, so he had to use the stick both ways. And even Moses learned from that. That's why he had a staff with him. I keep telling y'all, he wasn't just splitting the Red Sea. He had a rod of correction, as they call it. So anyway, but you know, going through the whole document, family, I went word for word, went to our Moorish Holy Quran, to be near, approach, draw near. Okay, let me get the definition from there. Metekin. You see, and I did the same thing. This was no need. That's just the letter M. You know, in the transliteration, that's ni, which means drive away, rebuff. You know, this is a verb, transitive, and this is drove them out, drove them back from our Moorish Holy Quran, drove her, you drove from, and I can use these in my translation, even not just with the Prisse Papyrus. Now, you know, I can actually deal with my Moorish Holy Quran once we get it completely together, and it'll be in the hieratic expression. You see, we'll actually be speaking it using these words. You see, and it'll be based solely on the Moorish Holy Quran from the Moorish perspectives. You know, so Neferin, it's well, all is well. It's well for the Father. It's well for you. I took that from there. Bu, which is place. So in the Moorish Holy Quran, the hits I got for that was meeting place, near the place, reach that place, a place, marketplace, sacred place is the place, its place, secret place, quiet place, holy place, this place, her place. You know you're dealing with a place. So here I put all of these together, and this one was kind of sketchy. This says Erwu, but I wasn't able to find that in the sign, so I'm still looking for that one right there. You know, and that's just another sign that they done probably changed something in most cases. It, them, I didn't put that there because that's a transitional word. You know, therein, therewith, I actually already did that one up top, and I'm gonna add that information to that one. Sharp, effective skill, food supply, restore order. Another one I'm gonna end up finishing off, but that was one that I was looking for that was hard to find as well. This one, here, which is his face. You know, they have face, sight. I just put his face, her face, your face, the face, his face, any face, their faces, thy face, to face, human sight, his sight, the sight, because it's face and sight. You see? So I had a transliteration up there, and this one right here, you know, was one that I was also questioning too, because a lot of them, they are not together like this. And so you literally have to reconstruct some of these things, you know, to really make sense out of what's being said. You know, so that's the thing that takes the process of long process. Transliteration would let you know when they be saying, I'm reading this right here. No, they're reading what might have perhaps be the truth. Just like we had a conversation a few days ago, and the brother said he read Metal-Netta, and he got that wrong according to the way they read. But the people don't know it. You know what I mean? Because they ain't in these texts like that. They can tell you anything. Turn aside, divert. You know, this is another that was questionable that I was trying to put together. You know, so when you see them blank like that, I was putting them together because I want to make sure we right. You know, I ain't gonna just settle for something because it's there and they said it. You know, so when you see these blank little areas up here where I didn't really put certain things, even if it was a transitional preposition or it's stuff that's questionable. You know, and it's a lot of stuff that you can see here, you know, that's questionable. So even though we have a portion that's been transliterated, a lot of this stuff, you know, you got to really pay attention and move, you know, with caution through it. I'm gonna just say that. So with that being said, family,
Dr. Shaheed,
go ahead, Sister Curtis. I was
I was
just
going to ask you before you left that, that was the ancient Egyptian dictionary, right?
yeah, same one we got, the one Grand Secretary
Yeah,
we used.
okay, so yeah, so what I want to make sure I understand when we when we are putting it together like that, I'm just using this as an example, like the M17. I want to look for the M17 by itself, right? But a lot of times when I'm using that ancient Egyptian dictionary, the M17 might be at the beginning, in the middle, and at the the last part of it, and then it have other numbers with it. So you're saying just go with whatever they have.
Yeah, well, whatever the document had there, you want to make sure it's accurate according to the document.
Okay.
Don't try to add nothing else into it, because that's gonna do what they did, you know, up there where they changed some of the meaning. When I was showing you they changed the letter M.
Right.
You can't do that, you know.
Right.
Even though you know they was right on identifying the M, they did what I did. But remember, before we did it, I was telling y'all like that ain't right.
Yeah.
Our last class, and this is before I went into it to transliterate it.
Right.
I was able to see it. But when I went and started transliterating, I see how they made the mistake. And then I seen, well, these people was trying to correct it, though they did the right thing. They shouldn't have put it in there because it wasn't in the document.
Right.
They were correct in the identity. They did the same thing I did, basically, probably. But they shouldn't have inserted that in the translation because that wasn't there.
Right.
But they couldn't recognize what the PHW was. So they chose to put that in there. You see what I'm saying?
Islam.
And you know, you got to be concise when you're doing them things. Like I said, we're gonna have to go in here, you know, and the sign that they have tried to match up with these pictures, you know, we're gonna have to go through and even vet those things in certain that we can vet them on the spot, so to speak, and keep a mental note of them.
Right.
You know, and just put it there like, no, that ain't right. Like I'm gonna end up doing that. Like I did here. I started to put PHW in here. You know, when I did it, you know, I started to put it right here and just cover that up and then put the K in there. But I say, no, I'm gonna keep it as it is there, because when we write our own dictionary, we can correct it in there. You know what I'm saying? But that letter there, as we just showed you, is most definitely not a letter M.
Right.
It's wrong.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's wrong for even more of them to put that in there.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's the letter P and H.
That's right.
I mean PH and W, you know, which is really translated, like I said, through F. And so I'm choosing PH. Like they chose to do what they do. Prophet Noble Drew Ali say, Moors, when you get the pen in your hand, you write the history. You see what I'm saying?
Islam.
So that's how we demonstrating, but we know what we're doing over here.
That's right.
And our beloved goddess and queen said, this looks like cursive writing. That's what the Europeans call cursive writing, goddess. You know, but cursive hieroglyphs, you know, in most cases, they look similar to the regular hieroglyphs, spot on. and I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to share my screen real quick so our family can see it. There's a distinction, and it's good that we have to make this distinction so we don't make a mistake. So I'm going to share this real quick, right? Show you right here. I was getting ready. I didn't show this when I went through my, because I'm actually getting ready to present this, and I may end up presenting it on Unscrambled Minds if I don't present it on Sultanate channel. But I showed them this. I actually showed Sultanate them this, you know, on their channel a few days ago when I was speaking to them brothers. See that right there? I said, don't confuse cursive hieroglyphs with hieratic. They are not the same. Even though Europeans be calling this cursive hieroglyphs. You know, this is hieratic. This is cursive hieroglyphs. Cursive hieroglyphs look like hieroglyphs, but they look like them in a more stick form. This is the example of what I'm talking about. For example, this is cursive hieroglyphs next to hieroglyphs. They look just alike, right?
Islam.
However, in the cursive hieroglyphs, they have tried to mix in certain hieratic persuasion, but all of that came after the hieratic. It was created by the Ptolemies.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But prior to the Ptolemies getting their hands on it, as you can see, I'm telling them, they represent metaphysics. These are signs and symbols. Signs and symbols are for conscious mind and men and women of understanding. You see, when you look at these two beside each other, you can see that they're different from each other.
Right.
Even though you see what they tried to mix later, because these were created later, family. They tried to mix later some of these things in with that. And that's why people keep getting confused. But that was all a part of the conspiracy to make you think that hieratic was the same as hieroglyphs, and that the hieroglyphs was older than the hieratic. But people, again, like I said, wasn't going to no pyramid. Let me see what they done inscribed on the wall today, y'all, because we're going to live by that. No, they already had whole books of instructions. The book of Tahotep, the teaching of Prisse, that was their first abate teaching. For as far as what we have before us now, that's the oldest. You know, and the diary of Mariri was the diary that was used to actually deal with the building of the pyramid. So it was written in hieratic. So if it was written in hieratic and that was written there, and everything else is not meant to be lived by, then you can't live by nothing that's written on the pyramid anyway if you don't understand it metaphysically. But the priesthood were the only ones that understood the metaphysics. They were taught from father to son. And that chain was broken after Kemet was overthrown. That's how that science became law. And then through that vacuum, you know, Ptolemy and Alexander the Greek, you know, would come in there and create their own little demonstration. And now they got our people going crazy. Here I am trying to tell them what happened, and they still fighting to hold on to what the European taught them. You see what's wrong with us people? I'm gonna read this from our brother Mustafa Gadala because we're closing out now. You know, and the brother was speaking right here. I'm gonna show this to you based on the question our queen gave us. Okay, I done stopped sharing it. You see this right here? Let me blow this up. Okay, right there. Make it large for y'all so y'all can see it. From the same book, now dealing with ancient Egyptian writing modes. He's talking about the cursive. He has a picture of it here. He's saying what the Europeans tried to call the hieratic. Mustafa Gadala. Listen to what he said. He said, in order to make easier for the readers who have been misled by Western academics, false categorizations, we offer here the true delineations with cross-reference to the incorrect Western academia reference Egyptian writing style. He said, neat cursive style, erroneously labeled by the Western academia as hieratic style, right? Because we use the term hieratic for those who only know that, but we can know it's metal ray and commit. The scribes here know that. Just like Demotic is really second inshat. I told them that on Sultanate show the other day too. They thought that was funny. That's because they don't know what hieratic really is and demotic really is, though. It says this was a more careful application used for legal, professional, scientific, and medical. So these are dealing with day-to-day living when they was writing in hieratic. You will not find that type of stuff in the walls. They wasn't reading this off the walls, people. It says these were carefully executed by specialized and highly qualified scribes, just like the one y'all see on this broadcast right now. It says, according to the standards set in each of such applications, which are identified as specific calligraphic forms to be discussed later in this chapter. As in all Egyptian, and they say cursive writing, it was ligature, not ligature according to a specific system. As discussed earlier. As such, it shows that some letters have different forms when used as the first letter in a word initial than when used elsewhere in the word middle and final, just like the Arabs did, right? It says shown above is a sample of erroneously labeled by Western academia hieratic style as it appears, and that's what I was showing y'all in the picture, as it appears in the E.A.R.S papyrus. So that's basically, the Papyrus E.A.R.S. It's not in pictures, it's in the Egyptian language. So it says the hieratic style as it appears to the E.A.R.S papyrus, which looks exactly like the erroneous labeled by Western academia, the Demotic script. So even on that broadcast the other day, we had family calling Demotic script hieratic. So I can tell that they don't know about this, but to say you teaching Kemet, you get this book, family. That's all I'm gonna say. This book here, they're gonna tell Mustafa Gadala, a native-born Egyptian, family. This man born in Egypt. He got plenty of books on this. One of the best one, and he exposing everything them European put out there. So that being said, family, that's what's going on. That's the dilemma. That's what we trying to bring our people into the knowledge of. And they got many other books. So at this time, I want to open up the floor to my scribes as we close out, and we're going to keep bringing this to you. We're going to get greater as we go. And if y'all pay attention, y'all going to learn, I'm telling you, and y'all can take this stuff, look it up. I done showed y'all a lot of it. Like our brother Sheikh Antediop said, from the archaeological, the linguistics, we done took our people all the way in the last show. We went all the way up into the astrologics with it, dealing with Soptic. So, you can't deny what's right there before your eyes. So, want to call forth our Grand National Secretary of the State, Sister Shepsu Rakat Ma'at and Put to come and Bay. Islam. You there, Goddess and Queen?
Close as a thought.
Islamism without the schism.
Islam. Having already risen, giving praise and honor we're due. I want to give much honor to our family, our Moorish kin online, and also to you, Dr. Shahi, for a grand E.A.R.S class. And it is so helpful when you break down these various Unicodes and showing us the errors of European miscategorization on purpose, and it's of key importance that we recognize the necessity for going back to the original source material and decipher it ourselves. Do the vetting, if there's a question, just in us being able to come together, pooling our resources and your adept degrees in teaching and history, as you stated, bringing all of these things together, the language, where's the archaeological aspect, etc. Then we have a complete picture of our special history and the keys that our ancestors left for us, So this is just a grand class as always. Much gratitude to you more. Much peace and love to all of my Moorish kin. Islam.
Gratitude, Grand National Secretary of the State, Islamism for that drawing. Thank you. Praise be to Allah for the scribes, the Egyptian Adept scribes on the manifest. Right now, teaching our people. If we don't teach them, who gonna teach them?
That's right.
All right. Sister Dendra, you got something
Islam.
to come forward? Go ahead, God.
Islam. I'm just, I'm just excited over here. And this has been a powerful, powerful class. And I learned so much, and gratitude for showing us, putting your work up there to help me, because I'm a little bit slow trying to put everything together and learning how to use this Apple to put it on paper, kind of like what you're doing. But I'm getting there, family, and I am enjoying this. And I want to encourage my Moorish kin who is out there listening, family. If you got a zeal to know the truth, keep coming, because this is not for the weak, the haphazard ones who just just playing around. If you are really serious and you really want to know the truth, keep coming to these classes, because I promise you, you will understand. Because even when we started, when we went into this, I did not have a clue of what we were talking about. And I don't know everything now, but I tell you what, I'm further along than what I was when we first started. I can recognize alphabets and things of that nature. And Dr. Shahi, the hardest thing for me when I'm doing these classes, especially with the tools that we got, like even the ancient dictionary, the coup, and the database. I have to make myself know that these things can be incorrect too. That was the hardest thing for me, because that what was throwing me off, because I'm like, I'm using the tools that he gave us, but that ain't adding it up. This one ain't adding up with that one. That one ain't adding. And then I was getting, and you kept telling me, but that had to sink in my little mind that even though we got these tools, they can be wrong too. They ain't ironclad, written in stone that this is right. They can be wrong too. So now that I got it through my little head, I can rest with some ease. And when I see the discrepancy, I don't have to get all bent out of shape and start worrying, oh no, I did something wrong, or I don't have to do that now. So gratitude for what you do and your patience with us, and all the work that you put in. I tell you, I ain't going nowhere, because like I said, I'm enjoying this. I immerse myself in it. Sometimes I work too hard because my eyes hands get sore and all that stuff. But I'm committed to this. And like I say, it ain't for the weak. Now, if you ain't got no strength, you might not better want to jump up in here. But this is for the ones who really want to know and who want to know the truth. And I've been wanting to know the truth ever since I was in Christianity. So now that I'm able to get it, oh, y'all, I ain't going nowhere. Islam. Gratitude for letting me share. Peace and love.
Gratitude and peace and love. And our goddess and queen, Sister Niambi, she said this looked like cursive writing, but she made a key statement down here. The brother, human thoughts, say the mindset of the people need to be reverse engineered. I love to hear that one demonstrate right there. But our sister said, I don't understand why one would want to convert pictures into letters in the first place. Exactly. But they did this to hide, the truth from our people. That's why they did it, because they'll have us looking through signs and symbols, so to speak, which meant to be understood metaphysically, and they'll have us looking for alphabets. But they didn't show you this, though. You see, this is the original source material, you see? And like I keep telling the people, I got hundreds of this papyrus over here, family. You see, all this is original source material. In fact, in this particular area here, just showing the family, this is actually what we transliterated for y'all today. This is the portion dealing with the warning of the woman. It's the same thing right here. But this is what they've been hiding up under the symbols, family. They converted the pictures, into English alphabet, and basically reverse engineered them away from the hieratic. So you don't see people out there that's claiming Kemet teaching this stuff. And that's bad. The Ryan mathematical papyri, E.A.R.S, dealing with all types of healing methods, heart surgery, and the Edwin papyri. Man, and this is just one PDF with papyri on here, family. I'm telling you, I got papyri upon papyri in hieratic upon papyri, and none of them can read it. When I put this in front of them and say, read this, Brother Reggie, read this, Brother Jabbar, read this, they can't read it because they haven't been taught it. And I don't do that, to try to make it seem like I know what they don't know. What I'm trying to show them is this what we need to be coming together to correct if we really love Kemet. Because them translation of European giving of the works is horrendous, man. They be saying stuff in them papyri that I know good and well our ancestors didn't demonstrate. But as long as we accept that, see, this is a prime example on the papyri. This is the actual papyri now. Chester baby. Look at that. And they done turned them into pictures. You know what I mean? I can't make this stuff up, family. This is real papyri right here. And your boy the one cut this up too, Alan Gardenia. Because they real long scrolls rolled up. He cut them into sheets. We got all the information. Look at that. Converted them all into pictures. And this is why people so confused thinking we crazy when we trying to tell them that ain't the language, because they presented this to you. They didn't show you this because they didn't want you to know this. You understand? Because you're going to see all the errors that I just showed you today. You know what I mean? You can't fool me. Look at all of that. This a whole, look at it. We cannot make this stuff up, family. This is the whole Chester Bailey papyri. Reverse engineered Egyptian hieroglyphic, original papyri. Reverse engineered, original papyri. Reverse engineered, original papyri. Man, they look. Man, let me get up out of here. All right. Yeah, so there we go. Any other our scribes want to say anything before we go? Because we on the way up out of here.
Islam,
Brother Body Bay.
Islam. And what was crazy is this shows how, that I know you are correct when you say we got to do this ourselves. When I was breaking down that first sentence, I was still trying to pronounce the letters as words, and then when I seen you, after you put it all together, then I sat back and looked at it. I was like, yeah, I'm sitting over here thinking I had the right pronunciation on it, and those ended up being whole words. But if they're expressing that's, I see firmly where we got misled at through the document, because you can't make no picture, no word, because everybody's going to have their own interpretation of it, and that's where the confusion starts. That means anybody can come in and say that owl is really a red tail and not a white tail, and so this white tail does this type demonstration. You know what I'm saying? So that's just all I want to put on the manifest.
Islam, very powerful observation, brother. That's right. And these are the things that get us further ahead along the way. Like I said, a lot of people too have wrote books, Brother Bati Bay, on this stuff, and they feel like they can't turn back now. And some people making their living off of taking people to Egypt, showing them things on the wall, claiming they reading it to them, which really you scamming our people, and they would rather sacrifice the hearts and minds of our people, than to tell the truth, man. And then they want to try to tell you they're doing to me what was done to our brother Sheikh Anta Diop. He was trying to show them the truth then, and now they calling me pseudo because I'm trying to show you. You see what I'm saying? But they can't prove me wrong, though. They won't get in the realm of discussion on this because they know that I know what I'm talking about. And the best way is to try to ignore me and act like I don't exist. You know what I mean? So all is well.
Or try to label it pseudo or crazy.
That's right. Label it pseudo and crazy, and they really disrespecting the intellect of our people because they believe our people are not knowledgeable or ignorant enough to accept it because they say it. You got one of them say a well-organized lie will always overthrow a disorganized truth. So that's letting you know what's going on right there. I'm telling you, I was looking at them last night, telling me, what are we doing? If we put that out there, man, they gonna get us, man. They already on us. We already in trouble right now. It reminds me of the Pharisees in the Bible when they would get together and gather and say, if we say this right here, then they gonna say that. So these ones actually having powwows on how they gonna make up a lie to overthrow the truth. That's bad. And
What
it
was
ain't
that book?
funny
The
because
three Council of Nicaea?
yeah,
That was a whole demonstration right there.
yeah. Only nine's time it's the Council of the Negro now. Council of the NBC. So Brother Marvin Elsbeth, you have something you want to say before we close? Is our brother there?
He might be gone. He had
Oh,
he
that's all
said,
right. Well,
yeah.
let's close out because we done went over a little bit anyway, a few minutes. So Islamism without the schism, but time never was. Everything that was meant to happen happened for a reason.
That's right. Islam. Islam. So you ready for me?
Oh yeah, you got it, sister. Take us on up there in the third heaven.
Islam.
Even though we already know we there.
Yeah, that's right. Islam. January 15, 1929. A warning from the prophet to be read at every meeting. I hereby inform all citizens that they must end all radical agitating speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the street. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We are for love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any citizen or group of citizens who hold malicious feelings toward the government or the prophet violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet noble Jew Ali. And if the prophet is not right, the government is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the government. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways, by the order of Prophet Noble Jew Ali. A holy covenant of the Asiatic nations. Ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother have given you suck. Let the bonds of affection therefore unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortune of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. Islam, Islam, Islam. This meeting is officially adjourned according to Act 2, Love, Truth, Peace, Freedom, and Justice. Go in peace, Moors. Islam. Great class, great class.
Islamism.
Without this schism.
Islam. Peace and love.
Grand class. Gratitude. Peace and love,
Gratitude.
Moors.
Peace and love, family.
Yeah.
Islam to your family. We give honors to you and praise be to Allah for the scribes. Man, y'all, woo-wee.
Woo-wee.
Goodness gracious.
Woo-wee.
Islam.
Islam family. We want to give honors to all of our family that checked in. Brother Yaqub El Hamid, Gamma Bay, Sina Renee, man, Omar Thompson Bay, El Pardon Self Born Dog, Human Thought, Renegade J, Butt Naked Truth, Swindler Hoodwink, goodness gracious, Nee Ambi, all of y'all, we here for you, family. So y'all keep tuning in, man, and I guarantee y'all gonna pick up on this.
Islam.
Because we here to get the people the truth. And ain't nobody gonna be able to lie to y'all again. I promise you that.
That's right.
So you can guarantee that. So peace and love, family.
Peace and love, family. Okay.
All right, y'all know it's time to get ready for the next phase.
Islam. That's right.
And the guys of the nation arrive. Islam.
Islam.
Peace and love. All right, family, y'all keep following us and stay in tune. And we definitely gonna keep y'all on point. I'm gonna leave y'all with a grand measure though. Some of my music, we uplift the family as well with that. So we're gonna give y'all a little bit of that right there so y'all can get a grand vibration. Okay. Let me share this. All right. There you go right there. By yours truly, family.
When black people like me talk to the slaves, they didn't kill him. They sent some old house Negro along behind him to undo what he said. You have to read the history of slavery to understand this. There were two kinds of Negroes. There was that old house Negro and the field Negro. And the house Negro always looked out for his master.
Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Blood diamonds in our veins, so we breathe free. Every nigga's a potential donor for a small fee. Over the years, I gave my blood, my sweat and tears. Upright, independent, and fearless, and it's all clear. They wanna see me on my knees with my hands out, but I refuse to be your pickaninny chasing clout. Your favorite rapper, honor master, he's a faithful slave. Phallus worshiping pagan rights for minimum wage. And I say the things that these house niggas wanna say. Can't cancel me cause I'm the culture, watch me lead the way. My footprints are clearly cut cause I'm a big stepper. I leave eternal landmarks, therefore I live forever. My Moorish ties can never be severed. Medieval demons plot to earn acceptance, and I don't have to get ready because I stay ready. Recite these vanishing rituals, these are my confessions, and I got a 7-day theory like Machiavelli. Sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Freedom of speech, just watch what you say. Them devils look for excuses to exercise their hate. Them soundbite manipulation justify the case. A pig's only agenda is to control our fate. So many snakes and I miss silent hissing like Judas. Filled in malice and greed, but still I see through them. And I can see it in their eyes, they pray for my demise. A crown of thorns upon my head, but yet I hold it high. And I walk with purpose and pride in every step I stride, cause I made a vow to the ancestors to ride or die. So I bear the burden of many spirits and lost souls. Yeah, I'm captive within the struggle as I unfold. They hold the stripes on my back, look at my broken flesh. I'm speaking truth to power into my last breath. I hear true legends never die, and now I'm legendary. And I live forever through these lyrics even when I'm buried. Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yet it's that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me.
Peace and love, family. We love you.